or bile. Most bile concentration is hydrochloric acid that comes from the stomach. However, we produce it all throughout the small intestine. In the small intestines, we do the basic digestion of foods to feed every cell of the body, except for the brain and nervous system. The intestinal bacteria is what digests food properly. The digestive acids break down large food particles into smaller food particles, hoping to get them into molecular structure so that bacteria can infiltrate those and eat those. So they are, you can call them parasites. They feed off of our food, and then we feed off of them. Basically, our food is their feces, their urine, and their sweat. That's what we eat. Once you realize that, you won't be squeamish again.
That's because we don't have taste buds in our intestines.
Right. Well, I don't know. They don't care as long as you put the animal matter in there.
I mean, we don't taste
Oh, no. Because it's pretty foul smelling, tasty in there. I've been able to get cadavers at different stages of death to autopsy them, and the foul smell is just like high meat, rotten meat. I mean, that's what they're eating. But they have certain bacteria that eats those ester molecules that transforms that odor into something rather pleasant. You know, people in the tribes, like that one tribe in Philippines, near Mati, 2 days from Mati, their feces didn't stink. It smelled mostly like coconut. Didn't even smell like the fish they ate. Mostly smelled like coconut. Non-toxic. Our waste should not be a toxic thing for anything else to eat. And there are creatures on this earth, that's what they're supposed to eat. They're supposed to eat fecal matter. And all the nitrogen in urine, that's what the earth eats as its fertilizer. And it's quite good. And it doesn't kill organisms unless the person is eating cooked foods. Then you use that urine on a crop and it will burn the roots. When you use a pure urine on a person who eats only raw food, their proper diet of raw food, it doesn't disturb the soil. It feeds it. It feeds the plants. To prove that, in my garden, I had a bunch of ferns growing. They're normal-sized ferns, big and bushy. So I took my urine and I diluted it by 50% and spread it around. And this wasn't even rainwater. And spread it all around the plants. The ferns grew this high, doubled in size, and then and they grew in 1 year. They grew from all the potted ones that I had planted into one blanket that was this high and completely covered in 1 year. And this wasn't rainwater. I did the same thing the next year and caught a bunch of rainwater in tanks. And then I used my urine and rainwater, and the plants went even higher, and even fuller and bigger and richer and greener, and faster, grew faster. So we are not supposed to be putting out any toxins. We're supposed to be throwing off a certain amount of our food as a waste product for other animals to break down to creatures to break down into soil nutrients. That's the whole process of ecology.
Symbiosis.
Right?
Symbiotic.
Yeah, symbiotic relationship. So when people tell you that fecal matter, you know, the cow shit is toxic with E. coli 157H7, it's bull. It's a lot of garbage. It's to get you to believe in the bacteria theory so that you'll be afraid of nature in your body and you run off to the doctors and get an antibiotic. Now, as I said before, the body has 150 bacterial genes to every one human gene. When you take an antibiotic for 5 days, you destroy 1% of the bacteria in the body. That's lowering your entire bodily function by 1%. That's an important mass of cells and bacteria to destroy. 1% of your energy level. And they want you to take it for 2 weeks. You've destroyed 3 to 4%. They want you to take it for 21 days. 4 to 5% of your body is destroyed. 4 to 5% of your energy level, your digestion, and all functionality. Does that make sense? It's like, who's ever going to take an antibiotic again unless they are in terror, absolute terror?
Well, that's why they want to get you in the hospital. Because once they get you there, then they can start pumping full antibiotics.
And then you get sicker, and then they give you more things and more things. It's endless. So you have a $10,000 hospital bill in 3 days. There are other ways to control a detoxification. Let's say, there are janitorial bacteria. There are janitorial parasites. Trichinosis is not one of them. Trichinosis is an intestinal parasite that is just like our bacteria. They can eat 100 times their weight in 24 hours and give us a lot of nutrients. Bacteria can only eat 50 times their weight in 24 hours. It's still a lot, so think about that. And you eat, 50 pounds of meat in one day. These guys are tremendous. Well, even the janitorial bacteria and parasites can eat 100 times their weight in toxic cells. Cells that are dead or toxic from some, and they're dying. Parasites will eat them 100 times their weight in 24 hours. However, when they're eating a waste product like that, they only give 1 to 5% waste. So we're taking 100% of a toxic waste substance and reducing it to 1 to 5%. I want that janitor. Absolutely, give me that janitor any day. So I'll take a parasite over bacteria any day. It's just that you have to know how to eat the body to make sure that it detoxifies properly and eat to restore the nutrients in the body to rebuild it. And the best way to eliminate is to take hot baths to respire. Remember, 90% of toxins are released to the skin. I'll explain how that'll work a little while. So, the food goes all the way down to the bowel, to the cecal valve, and goes into the bowel. On the ascending colon here, transverse, down the descending colon to the sigmoid colon, and that's where the body holds up all of the matter that has been worked on through all of the bacteria and digestive juices to the sigmoid colon. And the body will hold the matter up there longer than anywhere else. Normal peristalsis moving at a normal rate. But once it gets to that's about a 19-hour passage. When it gets to the sigmoid colon, it will hold it up for 4 to 5 hours in the sigmoid colon to make a complete 24-hour cycle through the body. So while it's in there for 4 to 5 hours, the body's absorbing all of the nutrients that have been digested and hadn't been absorbed. All of the waste product from bacteria, any of the last bit of digestion will go in there also. So and then people who aren't well will always get what they call constipation. True constipation is when you have a block in the intestines and food doesn't move. It stays locked into one place. When it gets to the sigmoid colon, the normal process is to hold it up for hours to pull out all of the fats and all of the nutrients out of that area to spread them to the brain and nervous system. The bowel feeds the brain and nervous system. It's the last stage of digestion to get those molecules in the finite form to feed the brain and the nervous system. Because the brain and the nervous system have to have finite food molecules or really wasted bacteria. And E. coli is one of the main nutrients, the bacteria that digest the nutrients in the colon. So they used to say, oh, E. coli is bad. But then, some more progressive microbiologists were looking at it and say, wait a minute, E. coli, is a digestive aid. So they came up with 157H. 7 E. coli, a man-made E. coli, a genetically modified E. coli. And they're calling that the bad guy, and they're planting it. I have not found one in nature, even at the spinach site and the strawberry site and the tomato sites in California. You know what they did in those instances? They brought in the feds are the one that called the epidemic. So the state and the county went in there to investigate. The feds came in and threw them out. So they could claim bacterial invasion. So the county and the state didn't get to do any laboratory testing. They got with whatever the feds told them were the laboratory results. And the feds are the ones that created that 157 E. coli, H7, because the only place that I was able to find it was at a university, and they got theirs from the FDA and the CDC. So it's not naturally occurring. So E. coli is an important digestive aid in the bowel to feed the brain and the nervous system. So then the fecal matter passes out, and then other animals can eat what we didn't digest fully. Even a cow or a horse, sheep, all of them, you look at their fecal matter, it's only digested at best 67%. All of that other matter, the grasses or hay, whatever they've eaten, are there for another beetle or some other bird to eat that, for them to digest it. In Georgia, Russia, where they were living to 128 to 150 years old, this was done back in the late 60s by National Geographic's reporters. Do you know that article has never been released again, and nobody's ever shown that results? But some of them were even eating fecal matter. The poor ones, because they couldn't afford. They were farmers, or poor farmers working on big plantations, and didn't have chickens or anything like that. So they'd eat buffalo manure.
Just the Hunter.
Pardon?
Just the Hunter.
This is in Georgia, Russia. Yeah. So Ukraine. The Ukrainian. And because the vegetarian animal has 2.5 times more digestive tract than we have, plus they have 2 to 4 stomachs, they have 60,000 times more enzymes to disassemble the cellulose molecule to get the fats and proteins from cellulose from vegetation. They digest it. That is what they're meant to do. We don't have all that. We digest 2% of vegetables, and that's it. And mainly that's enzymes and vitamins from the vegetable juices. So that's what you want to eat. If you want to eat vegetables, you want to eat the vegetable juice, not vegetation. I'll tell you why. No, it's fine now. Vegetable juices vegetable matter is alkaline. 90% of our bacteria is acidic. 90% of our digestive juices is acidic. You put vegetables in your system, and what happens if you eat them raw? It goes through and creates an alkaline condition that neutralizes the acidic bacteria and the digestive juices, so you've impaired your digestion. Now, when Lawrence started eating the raw meats, he did it well for a few days, but he was eating vegetables with his meat. And he stopped digesting meat after a few days of eating it, raw meat, because he's eating vegetables with it. And he didn't know why. Now he knows why. You do not eat vegetables nor vegetable juice with your meats. You could eat papaya. Pineapple is even better because papaya is acidic. It has bromelain in it, which helps us build hydrochloric acid. So that's a good one. Papaya will work, although it has a tendency to be slightly alkaline. But it will help. Better papaya with eggs if you want to have a better digestibility and not have papaya with meat. However, I've used papaya when I haven't had pineapple with very sick people with poor digestion. But if they continue eating papaya long enough with their meats, let's say 2 weeks, then they stop digesting their meat too. So have papaya at a separate time from the meat if you're not having pineapple to increase digestibility, but not with the meat.
Citrus works.
Not other citrus. It doesn't. They don't have bromelain. Now you can, have other citrus with white meats, like the Asians do, like Japan, Japanese. They have lemon. They marinate lemon, but lemon is a different kind of a fruit. It encourages bacteria, so that's why marinating white meats with lemon is a good thing. It helps bacterial production and breakdown. So lime is just the opposite. It retards bacterial growth. It'll even destroy parasites and all of that. If you've got a tremendous bacterial, parasitical, or even fungal detoxification, you can make a mixture of like 3 ounces of lime juice with about 2 ounces of honey and some coconut cream, and that'll lower the janitorial bacteria, parasites, and fungus. So you can go through that detoxification slower. If you're panicking, if you have trouble, I like to go through it strong, unless there's a lot of pain involved. Then I'll slow it if there's too much pain, and my pain formulas don't work as well as I'd like them to. 99% of the time they work for me. So
hot water seems to work too.
Pardon?
Hot water seems to work best.
Hot water is phenomenal. Pardon?
Drinking in a pan.
So good.
Soaking it, yeah, like a hot tub.
When I was bedridden, like I told you about, and I'd crawl back because I would sit there and pour hot water on me directly.
Yeah.
Normally it would scald me, but it was such a relief.
Well, when I was crawling all over the floor, defecating, urinating on myself, I suffered for a year. And then I said, okay, I'm going to drown myself. So I turned on the water really hot so I get sleepy. And I fell asleep in the water but didn't drown. And when I awakened, all my pain was gone. And I was slightly suspended in the water because I put Epsom salt in the water. So my body was buoyant. So it had taken all of the pressure off of my back. I had no pain. So then I began living in the bathtub. That's when I realized what hot water could do. I'd wake up freezing, because I didn't have a hot tub. It was a bathtub. I had to let the water out, put scalding water in, heat it up again, go to sleep for an hour and a half, wake up freezing cold again, and go through that cycle. But at least I reduced the pain by 95, 96%.
Have you heard the stories about the Native Americans and the hot springs? They were like considered sacred sites in the war tribes where they're peaceful with each other, so that they get kill their Christians there and they fight better.
No, I didn't hear about that.
I had a quick question about the alkaline. The raw food movement, like alkalinizer dyes, the catchword. So you feel that that's entirely
It's
erroneous?
completely false myth.
It's all bullshit.
Well, you have to understand that people who eat cooked food and chemicals, those are overly acidic, especially your heavy metals. They're free radical acids, and they cause a lot of degeneration, and they cause more acidity. So you can counterbalance it with an over-acidic diet temporarily.
So I noticed with asthma that if I ate a lot of green, I'd get asthma flare-up. And then if I started eating like acidic, even like brown rice or tempeh or something, calm it down. So in my experience,
That's what I'm saying.
alkaline.
It'll work for a short period of time until you are balanced acidic. But if you go over into that alkaline side, you stop digesting anything. That's why long-term vegetarians lose the ability to digest many foods. And they have to, sometimes, some of them have difficulty, getting back into like meats because they just don't have the enzymes or the digestive bacteria to do it. And they have to recultivate them.
Yeah, we do like a ferric nitrate test in urine, which kind of shows sedimentation.
Yeah.
And with, I get these foaming alkaline reactions.
Yeah, not good.
And the acid, when I wake up in the morning, the urine with the acid is completely clear.
Well, I don't drink water, so my urine is color of that. Sometimes darker brown, sometimes even black if I'm discarding heavy metals. Like after these injections, my urine was brown, black, brownish black, blackish brown, slightly, with a tinge of amber to it. And it was foul, it smelled so foul, it was awful. But now my urine is at least that color or brownish that color, and that is the way all animals in nature in a barnyard, even dogs and cats that don't go around eating the dried food and they drink all that water, their urine is darker than tea. That is the natural way. All these doctors postulating that your urine should be clear is absolute myth. Because that means you're drinking so much water, you're diluting everything in your body. And water is a solvent. It rains, dissolves rock, plants eat. Water is something, before 1960, nobody drank water. Went around at school, we turned the fountain on, we take a few sips a day. Athletes maybe drink a half a cup or a whole cup a day. You sucking down the water at the fountain, that's it. We drank orange juice and milk, and then sodas came in, and a lot of people started drinking that. Before that was orange juice and milk. That was the diet. That was our liquids. And, we could drink as much milk as we wanted, and that was fine. Then in 1961, the heads of, it was either, I think it was Pepsi Cola, got in it. Everybody see Trading Places? Where the two guys bet that they can bring, this black guy in and make him a good stockbroker. Well, that was taken off, the incident with these two guys from Pepsi Cola, who said, one of them said, I'll bet you I can sell water for more than our Pepsi Cola. And the other guy said, I bet you can't. So he got a bunch of doctors and writers together. They issued all this literature saying that everybody needed 8 cups of water daily. And it's now history. It costs more for water than it does for Pepsi Cola or Coca-Cola if you get glass bottled water. Think about that. More than Coca-Cola. And Coca-Cola and Pepsi Cola are all chemical. There's nothing in them but water and chemicals. Think about that. And people buy it. I drink a cup of water a month with that.
The old days they had cocaine in Coca-Cola.
Yeah, Coca-Cola and cocaine was the high.
The good old days.
Are you cold? Okay. There's nothing we can close here to help you get warmer. Well, there's lots of blankets there. See, need more fat.
When I first met her feet were so cold.
Oh, yeah?
That's basically how I...
Were you much thinner?
Oh, yeah. And after starting to eat with me and doing roots and stuff like that, that went away.
But now I don't eat as much butter or cream, like I'm not nearly as much oil, and I'm showing now.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to be the same way. I was cold all the time. Now I keep up my cheese and butter and cream.
When I first came here and I was raw vegan and vegetarian, I could go in the ocean. Great.
Yeah.
Just
cold.
Now it's great.
Yeah, I go to the Philippines. and I get in the stream water coming from the mountains and it's really cold, the natives won't go in it at all. I'll be in there for hours and go swimming in my lake, and they won't go in it because it's cold. I'll be swimming for hours. So funny. Acidity and alkalinity, they have their balance, and all of the alkaline, you have to be alkaline, is nonsense. My urine, my feces, my blood, and my saliva has been 5.5 acidic for 23 years. 23 years acidic. And I've had MDs say, oh, you wouldn't be alive if it was that way, and then have the test done, and they see this true, and they say, how can that be? Well, you've been taught to be stupid. Basically what it is. The pharmaceutical is your teacher. Pharmaceutical industry, they write all the procedure manuals. Merck's is this thick, and it's all geared toward medicine. There's not a word in cure in the whole book. There's not the word heal but a few times. They're all about medication.
Basically, you can't believe one word that anybody says about anything.
Right. Well, what I say is, whatever the medical profession says, do the opposite, you will be right 99 times that time.
They heal you of your bulging pockets.
Yes, that's it. And even if you don't have any,
You can walk easier.
take your home and everything. So that's basically the intestinal tract. Let's take the other glands that are used in the digestive process. We have the liver. Now the liver's one single function in all healthy animals is to manufacture bile. And the liver is smaller proportionally to the body than any humans is that eats good food. And any human that's around even eats raw food. The liver is almost twice as big as any other animals than humans, per size. That creates bile. Now it goes to the gallbladder, and the gallbladder is a small organ that is a storage chamber. It does nothing other than store bile that's produced by the liver. Now, nowadays they say, oh, the liver's a filter for the blood, the liver's this, the liver's that. It's not the job of a liver in any healthy animal. Only in unhealthy animals is the liver taking on jobs that it's not supposed to do. So, of course, the liver gets larger in animals who are given, the liver is given chores because of the toxicity. That's not normal for it. That little bitty gallbladder holds enough fat, holds enough bile to just 14 to 18 pounds of fat in 48 hours. Why the hell do we need an organ that will hold 14 to 20 some pounds of fat in that amount of time? Because when we were cavemen and hunters and gatherers, mainly hunters, not much gathering, that's a fiction about gathering. Those people knew they lived on animal products, period. There were certain tribes that tried to be gatherers for a while, but they didn't last long. And I talked about those at the Coster studies. Over 15,000 years, where certain tribes would try to be, instead of being nomadic, they would try to cultivate nuts and stuff like that and gather their food. And after a 1,300, 1,200 year period, the whole tribe, the whole race had osteoporosis. So then they would become nomadic again and live entirely on animal meat and fast. So that's how it went for thousands and thousands of years. So we're not really gatherers, that no civilization has survived healthfully by being a gatherer. Hunters, yes. So in the hunting process, we get all of the meats we need, and that's mainly the function. And when our ancestors would slaughter something, the fat would have to be eaten first, because it turned smelly, and all the vultures, all the cats, everything, every animal would come wanting that fat. So they had to eat that first. They had to eat the fat first, or they'd have to share it and fight for it. So they'd eat 14, 20 pounds of fat in 48 hours. They had a gallbladder, they held enough bile to do it. Otherwise, they'd have diarrhea for 4 or 5 days if they ate that much fat and didn't digest it. It would come out as a run. So that's why we have a gallbladder. That's why we have a reservoir. People who have the gallbladders removed can't eat ice cream. They can't eat a lot of fat at one time, or else they get stomach aches and they have diarrhea. Or somebody whose liver breaks down and it stops producing the bile, then they can't digest the fats, and then they have difficulty with maybe cramping in the stomach because they're not breaking down the fat molecules enough for the bacteria to infiltrate and eat it. Fat molecules are pretty tight, and even the vegetable ones are even more severe. We can't break those down. So then we have the pancreas. The pancreas, the pharmaceutical industry, medical industry, wants us to believe that the pancreas is all about insulin and sugars. Well, in Lucy and all of the other prehistoric remains that they found from 3 to 5 million years ago, their pancreas was 2.5 times smaller than ours. They were hunters strictly. They only ate meat and meat fats. And even those that were dairy-oriented, like in Africa, they still had a small pancreas and a smaller liver, half the size of the liver. 2.5 times smaller pancreas. 2.5 times smaller. Because the pancreas is an architect. When we chew food, there's a message that goes down exactly what's in that food. Even if you're eating an apple from a tomato from a vine and another off the same vine later, the nutrients will be different in each one. Even the flavor will be slightly different. That information goes to the pancreas. The pancreas decides how to digest it, what is necessary to realign it into a human cell for this body. That is the whole job of the pancreas. Not to make insulin. That's when people started eating all grains and potatoes and starches. The pancreas had to become something entirely new and reconstruct itself and regrow and do all the things that it didn't do before. It is the pancreas in its natural state in a human is geared to address animal cells that come into his body and how to restructure those into that specific person's human cell. Then we have the spleen, which is on the other side. The liver and gallbladder are here. The pancreas and spleen are here. Now the spleen, like the gallbladder, is a storage device, a storage organ. It does not produce anything. The spleen holds excess red blood cells and sometimes white blood cells. Why does we need a storage of red blood cells? That's, sometimes a quart or more. Sometimes a quart and a half, depending upon a person's spleen and their needs. If you had an injury, let's say you fell out of a tree and you came across a sharp branch that had been broken, or you broke it as you're coming out, slit your jugular vein, and you lost a quart and a half of blood by the time the bleeding stopped. You would be basically anemic for about 60 days. And you'd be dinner for some dinosaur or some cat or some other animal that eats animal tissue. Or you'd be lunch or breakfast or snack, whatever it would be. So, as soon as the blood clot happens, and the blood stops flowing, the spleen will start throwing its red blood cells, its storage, whatever amounts needed back into the bloodstream. So guess what? In a matter of an hour, you're no longer anemic. And you can climb that tree, you can run from that animal. You can also continue hunting. Also, if you get cold, the spleen can dump a lot of red blood cells into your blood and thicken it. So all of a sudden you're warm. And it happens whenever you have a temperature change of 1.5 to 2.5 degrees, you have a change of red blood cell quantity in your bloodstream. If you get hot, the spleen will draw out, or the blood cells, a lot of the blood cells will leave the bloodstream, enter the spleen, and all of a sudden you're cooler. The blood's thinner. Now, there are other organs that help in all that process, like the kidneys. Now, what do the kidneys do? Kidneys have one function: to help fluids pass out of the blood, to help body temperature change, and they form ammonia to detract red and white blood cells from getting into the kidney. Because if you pissed out your red and white blood cells every time you urinated, you'd be anemic. Your bone marrow is where red and white blood cells divide, and they mature, and then once they've matured, they enter the bloodstream. And then they transport oxygen, and the red blood cells give you energy to utilize the fats mainly as energy. And then the white blood cells eat dead red blood cells, and they discard the carbon dioxide out the skin and the lungs. And that is the full job of the bloodstream. It's not to transport nutrients to other parts of the body. It's entirely to generate energy. Take in oxygen, transport it to the cells, so the cells mix oxygen with fat, produces energy. And there's no burning about it. There's no carbon monoxide. There's carbon dioxide, but not monoxide. There is no true burning that goes on, although they want you to believe that, so you'll accept cooking. Oh, well, our body burns fats, it makes energy. No, it doesn't. It's a chemical process. It has nothing to do with high temperatures at all. There's no burning of anything. Pardon?
Cold fusion.
Yeah. Basically what it is. Well, 98.6 happened there. And the temperature never goes above that unless we go into fever. And that's to have more perspiration. And also to lower bacterial levels. You know that you take cheese out of the refrigerator, it stops molding. Molds love cold temperatures. That's why mold does well in the feet, and certainly like the crotch where the body cools itself more. Tries to cool itself more. So it's like if sperm gets above 98 degrees, the sperm gets so lazy and limp they can't swim. So the body tries to keep the testes and the female organs at a lower temperature because the ovum is affected at high temperatures also. And they can't reproduce, they can't mate, they can't penetrate each other, or the sperm can't penetrate the egg. So heat will reduce bacterial levels, it'll decrease fungal levels incredibly, and it also decreases a certain amount of parasitical activity, janitorial activity. So hot baths are also a way, besides the lime juice, to lower detoxification processes if you can't throw off and handle enough waste that's being produced. Because that's the problem. Waste builds up, you have swelling, and swelling puts pressure on nerves, and pain results. When you get into a hot bath, you perspire, take the pressure off, and the temperature lowers the bacterial, parasitical, and fungal activity. So baths are very helpful in many ways. Now, the adrenal, we'll get into the glands, the endocrine glands in a minute. The blood, like I said, only has those jobs. Now, the lymphatic system is one of the most important systems in our toxic world, especially with processed and cooked fats. They wax and harden in the body. The lymph system does most of its work with fats. 60% fats, 60 to 80% fats, 15 to 20% proteins, a very small percent carbohydrates, like 5 to 8% only. So, the lymphatic system is responsible for removing all toxicity in the body. It takes it into its glands and nodes. It takes the substance and will dilute it with esters from fats that it makes cholesterol. It'll break it down into a solution. It'll give off, other bacteria will come in and eat the good stuff and take it out of the lymphatic system back into the body and feed other cells. And the waste products that can be reutilized, it'll stick under the skin to be perspired out of the body. 90% of the waste, and it was the third time I've said it, are supposed to leave through the skin. Now, the lymph system has two jobs, though. The lymph system is responsible for feeding every cell in the body. But because it is so jammed, the lymph system cannot do that anymore. It is hard having such a difficult time with the plastic fats that we have stuck in those glands and nodes. So, the bloodstream has been given the job of feeding the cells now. Now, what do you think is going to happen if you take the blood, which is its entire purpose is to give you energy, and now it's transporting nutrients to the rest of the body? What do you think that's going to do with your strength and energy level and endurance? It's going to decrease it by almost 2/3. When I was a child, before trans fatty acids and margarine came into the picture, I would watch the farmers on my grandparents' farm, the workers, taking bales of the hay that were 30 to 60 pounds and throwing them 12 foot to 14 feet in a loft. Bare hand, one hand at a time. One hand, the other hand, one hand, the other hand. Even the children, they were taking, like a 14-year-old would take a bale of hay like that, go with both arms and throw it up. Everybody's so weak now, they've got forklifts to do it. They can't even think about throwing a bale of hay up there, more than one or two of them in a whole day. These guys would throw 30 and 40 a day up there in the loft. And one would be up there restacking it. Up there. And they'd have two guys throwing them up. That's pretty impressive. Take a look at the health now. The degeneration is tremendous. Everybody needs coffee and caffeine. Cigarettes and coffee were not that easily accessible, in the 50s and 40s. You had to have money. Even sugar was expensive. And most people were farmers in the United States and all over the world. Most people grew foods to feed other people. That was the economy all over the world. Now that fast food and processed foods are the mainstay with 60,000 chemicals going into the food now, everybody is very sick and don't have the energy and stamina. But a few athletic people who have overproduction of hormones, and they live on adrenaline, testosterone, and what else? Estrogen, all energy producing, probably energy producing, but only adrenaline is the natural energy producer, and it is for emergency purposes. I will get into the gland. the bladder, you know what the bladder is for, so you're not pissing all over yourself all day. As the kidney continually relieves, you know, some fluids a little at a time. If you didn't have a bladder, you'd be running all over yourself all day long, like an unhealthy child that's just peeing constantly, running out of his body because his bladder isn't good, or hasn't developed yet, or isn't strong yet. And we're supposed to be born with everything intact. The children born on parents to this diet hold their head up at the moment they're born, their own heads. They are alert and they look at you. I don't know, do you know Alison Lohman, movie star Alison Lohman? She's 32 now, but she was in White Oleander, played the daughter of Michelle Phillips, who went to prison, and she was that movie star. She's been on the diet, she and her husband, been on the diet for about 7 years. And he's Mark Neveldine, a famous writer, a young writer, producer, very interesting films. And some of them were very bad for the medical profession. And they've both been on a diet. They just had a baby last year, and the baby, you should see the baby at 9 days old. It looks like it's 6 months old. And it's looking at you with its snide little look and crooked little smile that his father has, which is kind of, sarcastic. And this baby's 9 months old, total alert.
9 days.
Pardon?
9 days?
9 days old. 9 days old. And at that picture. I've got a baby who was, mother was 3 months on the diet before it's born. It grew up, I told her not to feed her, her milk because she had been on a toxic diet. She grew up in a, blue-collar family. What do they call that, sidewall or whatever it is? Drywall. Installers. So she got all this toxic matter in her body. I said, the cow has been raw all of its life. You're full of chemicals and cooked foods. How are you going to produce good milk for your baby? So she got it. So she fed the baby from the time it was born, a little bit of goat's milk, but mostly cow's milk. And when it was 3 months old, she started giving it my liver formula, which is, 1/4 to 1/3 liver and 2/3 to 3/4 milk, with a tiny bit of honey in it. When he was 2.5 years old, in his preschool, he was reading 4-year-old material. Nobody taught him to read. When he was 5 years old, he knew 187 countries in the world who ran the countries with political systems. At 5 years old. These are the kinds of children that this primal diet produces. Phenomenal people. One child went on the diet at 1 year old and graduated Yale at 17 years old with cum laude. 17-year-olds graduating from Yale with cum laude. Remarkable. Remarkable. And he was born to a woman who was 42 years old. She waited very late in her life to have her one child. There are a lot of fictions out there about what the body can do, what can happen, but the truth is very hidden. And I've happened to be able to discover them only because I suffered to get there. And people who take advantage of it realize the differences. Even you realize the difference. You realize the difference, you wouldn't be doing it. You realize the difference for a few days, but you didn't understand that you don't mix vegetables with meats. They neutralize the digestion of each other, so you're not digesting the vegetables or the meat. So you're going to have no energy. You're going to feel sick, anorexic, when that happens. So the lymphatic system is supposed to feed the body, but its job, as well as to clean the system, given the job to the bloodstream. which is supposed to be entirely for energy producing. Then we have the neurological fluids. What do the neurological fluids do? They transport light and electricity for messages from the brain to the body, from the body to the brain. Now, how does it do that? Mainly with, of course, all the other nutrients, mainly fat, but metallic minerals. So where do most of the toxic free radical minerals go from cooking and from processing and chemicals? They go into the brain and nervous system. So your brain is loaded with toxicity. Now, we have the largest brains in the world, but are we the smartest? No, we're the stupidest. We kill for money. We don't kill just for eating and sustenance. We pollute the world for money and not for sustenance. And there's no other system that pollutes anywhere. No other creature or plant ever pollutes the world. The only thing that pollutes the world is Mother Nature's volcanoes. And then it evaporates, burns away all of your alkalinizing minerals, and what is left is metal. That's why when you look at volcanic rock, it's mostly metals. No calcium, there's no phosphorus, no potassium, and no magnesium. It's all burned away. So you have rock, hard steel rock. And do you see much breaking down? No, it takes 5 million years to dissolve a chip of volcanic rock into ash. And it takes lots of algae to help do it. So, that is the only place where we are really, that creates toxicity in the world. And there are not that many volcanoes on the planet to create a lot of toxicity. The bog is also very toxic because what does it do? It's metal-borne vapors. So what are you doing? Inhaling metal vapors. Not very good. Not healthy.
Steel foundry.
Yeah, like living in a steel foundry, exactly. So everything else in life does not create a chemical toxicity. Now, why is the human brain large? Well, if you look at the evolution of the human brain, guess when it started enlarging? When they started making tools out of metal. As long as they were using rocks and breaking down rocks into tools, the brain wasn't enlarged. As soon as they started smelting metals, like in China, then the brain started swelling. Why? It had to increase the fat level and areas to store toxins. Toxins stored in the fats. The body used fats to gather toxins to neutralize them so they don't harm the body. So the brain became a storage area for these metallic toxins and other toxins, industrial solvent toxins, storing in the brain. We only use 10% of the brain. Einstein used 12% of the brain. So do we do with that 90% of the brain? Storing toxins. That doesn't make it smarter, it makes it stupider. There's a lot of people that are going to sleep, so let's suck eggs. So let me bring an egg in, we'll suck an egg, and everybody will see how quickly they restore their alertness.
This cat looks like one that you put in the boxes, look like that.
Oh, sí, entonces,
Now that we work,
lo mío. Estaba forrado.
what is that cat supposed to
Okay. Going? Haven't got there yet?
I put it in my mouth.
Oh, okay.
Put it in my mouth.
You look pretty alert.
All right.
That's a nice milkshake.
I'm just on 4 hours sleep, you know, so.
Pardon?
I'm just operating on 4 hours sleep, so
Alright.
that's all I'm doing.
I'm operating on 3.
I'm operating on 2.
But you do that, though. You
Your mouth
operate.
is.
No, an hour and a
Your
half.
mouth is weird.
Hour and a half.
It's easy for your mouth keeps going like that.
Hour and a half.
You don't count the sleep in
But I
the
had 5 hours yesterday.
Yeah, that's how I think about it when if you're paying attention to your skin, you'll see how it starts to accumulate toxin underneath it. Sometimes it'll raise up and it'll get red, and
Hive,
it gets
yeah.
more, and then it gets the head, and
Yeah.
it gets white, and it comes down, it erupts. Just like, your body's just storing it up until it's ready to.
Well, it's trying to put it through the skin, and sometimes there's so much toxicity that your body can't handle, so white blood cells, which are fatty cells, will come and lock the toxin in. So, like 98% of that pus is just white blood cells, not a toxic thing. But, what is that on the floor there?
But
Leaf.
Pardon?
Leaf.
Oh, a leaf. I didn't know if the cat put it there. You know, it looked like a little cat poop, maybe. I thought the cat was doing that. Once you get
We
fed.
eat a little of it.
So, pus, when you look at it, pus is mainly white blood cells. White blood cells are not bad. They're consuming toxicity. They're fatty tissue. So, people look at pus and go, ooh. That's why animals will lick pus. They know that 98% of that pus is white blood cells, good animal cells. I want to eat them.
it's fat, available fat.
Yeah?
When I had staph, I let my dog lick my staph wounds. If I didn't pay attention, she'd get a little excited.
Yeah.
Or someone said like you let ants crawl on you. When you have a sore like that, and they'll
Well, maggots are better to do that, but ants can hurt.
Bite.
Maggots, when they eat, there's no sensation, except for maybe a little crawling sensation. But ants, if they're starting to eat dead tissue, they'll rip it off. They pull it off, and that hurts. So maggots, they'll just feed right there on it.
Someone said like the formic acid will help like that. Heal the wound. I don't understand.
Well, bacteria, that's why your animals lick you. They put all the bacteria on. As soon as I have a problem, I'm putting my bacteria on it instantly. And it eases whatever the problem is. Like, I woke this morning after an hour and a half, I got bitten by 3 mosquitoes, but right here, only right there. And a lot of my body was exposed, my face, a lot of places, but it picked right there and it was so itchy. It woke me, and so I just rubbed on it for a few minutes and itch went away.
What are you drinking, Carol?
Milk, and I put egg and soda honey in it.
Nice bottles you guys got.
Violet. It's violet glass,
Violet glass.
not actually black.
I can see it with the light. That's purple.
I suck. I do. Whenever I drink something, I suck, no matter what it is. Because it pulls the saliva in. Pull it through my teeth and over my tongue. And I digest it a lot better like a baby.
That's how kids.
When a
drink.
baby sucks,
Drum
pulls
it out.
all this saliva bacteria into the milk, and it digests it wonderfully. Would you like to know? Yes? No? It's slightly sour. That's
Okay.
what I like kefir.
Mm.
Isn't that nice? Do you want some? Okay.
Do you put honey in it at all, or?
There is, you put some honey in that one,
Yeah.
didn't you? Yeah.
So I made that yesterday and it's been sitting out. The honey itself will start to culture.
Yeah, culture. Okay, so the neurological fluid has a lot of metals. It uses aluminum, iron, all of them to reflect light and to conduct electricity for the nervous system to work. However, because it utilizes those elements, trace elements normally we get in food, it gets compounded in pesticides and food additives. So they go to our brain and nervous system. So somewhere around 100 years ago, people saw about 1 million colors. Now people are lucky if they can see 500 colors, distinguishing between colors. All of the tones within it. We were able to, now like computers, they see 2 million, 2.3 million colors. That's shades of a color. Most people see very little anymore. All of that is broken down in the nervous system by all these heavy metals that damage the nervous system. We lose taste. We lose sight, color sight. We lose lots of things. Sensation. You name it. So people are looking to drugs and everything else to feel something because they're very dead. This diet helps bring everything back. Not all at once if you've been heavily damaged like with chemotherapy or radiation. It took me 11 and a half years to recover to a point where I had a lot of sensation and happiness. But it wasn't all at once. It was a gradual increase to that point where I got to that point. And then after the poison mushroom, it was another 11 and a half years to get to that point. After these injections, I hope it doesn't take me 11 and a half years. It's going faster, so maybe in 5 years, 5.5 years, at the rate I'm going. You know, because I've been on a raw diet, a raw primal diet, for very long. You know, since 1976. Okay, that takes care of the system. Now we'll go over the endocrine glands. Now the endocrine glands are glands that produce a hormone that gets dumped immediately into the blood. Now I consider the pancreas one of those, although it's not only a endocrine gland, it has to do with secondarily getting into the bloodstream with the insulin, but its primary function is delivering nutrients to the intestines and addresses on how to handle the food. But because it produces insulin, which goes right into the blood, it can be considered a partial endocrine gland, although that is not its main job, as I said before. But it can second as one under present circumstances. Then the pituitary in the brain, we know it regulates growth. Now, normally, animals, when I've done blood tests on healthy animals, there's only a trace amount of pituitary hormone in the blood at all, if at all. If there's any, it's just a trace. All of the endocrine gland fluids in a healthy animal are minimal, trace, or none. Yet the pharmaceutical house is telling you, oh, you're low in this hormone, you're low in that hormone, you're low in this hormone. Take these, take these, take these, take these. All these hormones. Hormones, if you look at them in any animal's body, are for emergency purposes only. Let's say there's a drought, or let's say there's a fire, and the offspring have no food for a while. How do they continue growth without breaking down? Pituitary gland starts secreting growth hormones, and then the body can continue to grow even though they may be starving. Most of the cells are eating themselves to do that growth, but the growth will continue. Where that isn't possible, you have dwarfs and you have miniature people or animals. But that's a rarity, not an everyday thing, everyday occurrence. And we get to the pineal gland, and the pineal, a lot of people think that it's the seat of consciousness, that's where we dance from our dream state to our conscious state, or from the spiritual state to the conscious state. I've never met anybody wise enough to know, so I don't know about that one. So whatever the pineal does, there's no concrete evidence for it. Now we get to the tonsils, and the tonsils glands are not an endocrine gland directly. They are a part of the lymphatic system. If you're eating, let's say, a poison mushroom, the tonsils go into effect and will absorb that toxin. If you're eating, let's say, a bee with a venom in it, the tonsils take care of it. So, when did we start with tonsillitis heavily? In the 50s. Why? Canned foods came out of World War II. And that was the whole reason King and Queen, with all of their money brokers, like the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers here, and all of those minions of the King and Queen of England who really run the world. They own 70% of all food manufacturing. They wanted canned food in heavily use all over the world, so they created World War II. They even sponsored with the Bush family here, Hitler, through the banks. So, what did they bring in? What was all the advertising? What was the push of the political system at that time? Support the troops and eat canned food. How the frick does that support the troops? By you're eating canned garbage food. That was the whole ploy, and the main thing that was pushed, newspapers and radio all over the world. Eat canned food, support the troops. Only people who were profiting from canned foods was the canned food industry, and that was mainly King and Queen of England.
Yeah, they didn't call it canned food though, they call it canned goods.
Canned goods, that's right. That's what they call it, canned goods. The King and Queen own 70% today of all food production. Almost all industrial food production. They, through trust, they own Purina here, they own General Mills, they own General Foods. They own all of these big companies through trust in this country. They own 35% of the land mass in the world. And they deny their wealth all the time. They say that the wealthiest monarch in the world is the King of Thailand. He's only worth $30 billion. King and Queen of England are worth hundreds of trillions of dollars. So it's a big scam. So anyway, the tonsillitis came from eating canned foods because the metal was coming out. Plus they were putting now preservatives like formaldehyde byproducts in the foods to preserve it. A formaldehyde byproduct is embalming fluid. So they started putting massive amounts of these things in the canned foods, not canned goods, canned foods, and people began eating them in abundance. My mother absolutely loved it. She didn't have to clean a vegetable anymore. She didn't have to slice it up, open the can, dump it in the pot, and that was so easy. And America and the rest of the world absolutely loved it. It cut the kitchen work out 100%. Down to opening a can and dumping it in a pot and turning on the fire. That easy. So what happened? People were eating all this metallic metal, and the tonsils were trying to neutralize it and dump it so it wouldn't do damage in the body. So the tonsils were getting inflamed and rupturing, having all kinds of problems. So they cut them out. So where were the toxins going now? If my body happened to adjust by taking these lymph glands here and swelling them into 3 times, 4 times their normal size. So these glands have been swollen since my tonsils were taken out at 3 years old. Also, my neck swelled at the same time. I had a much thinner neck at 3 years old. But after the tonsils were removed, all of the lymph glands in my neck, and we have a major lymph glandular network here, here, and here. So these in here to make up for the missing tonsils, and my mom fed us almost all canned foods. My lymph glands swelled in my neck, and I have the neck I have today. So tonsils are there to help prevent toxins to getting to the brain. If people don't have that reaction and swollen lymph glands here, then the poisons are going to the brain. Now, 99% of the people that I see in iridology, the brain is the most toxic spot in the body. More metals, more toxins, more everything. Building tremendously in the brain than anywhere else in the body. Not a good thing. So then we go down to the thyroid gland. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 thyroid glands. Why do we have a gland that has 5 backups? How important is something in the body, or several things, or a couple of things, that are so important in the body that it has to have 5 backups for one gland?
So in case you're asleep on the plane and someone takes your thyroid, you have to remember.
A heart and lung. Heart and lungs keep them beating and moving. Take, for example, I was trying to, the pharmaceutical industry says, oh, the thyroid, makes you fat or thin or makes you lose your hair or keep your hair. It's absolute bullshit. People who have lots of thyroxine are bald. People who are fat have lots of thyroxine. So it's a misnomer. They know that if they appeal to your vanity, they'll get a lot of people taking thyroxine, thyroid hormones, when that doesn't have anything to do with what they have or what they're doing. Or they say it has to do with energy. No, your energy comes from red blood cells delivering oxygen, and the cells utilizing the oxygen to mix with cholesterols to make energy. That's where your energy comes from, not from thyroxine. So, it's all a lie, it's all a scam. Now, how I've proved this is that you look and see when thyroxine is in its greatest form in the body. So, if you have something that important, it's got to be the heart and the lungs. If they stop, your body stops. Either one of them stops. Your body stops functioning and you die. So I figured, my brother used to knock the wind out of me all the time by punching me. My heart would stop, my lungs would stop breathing, and I'd pass out. So what revived me? So I figured that when I awakened after that, I was dizzy and very angry and full of energy, not weak and depressed. It was the only time I had energy, even though it was an angry energy. So what I did was I went to a football game, and I got permission from the coach that if any of the guys that get hit by 4 or 5 or 6 guys at one time, knocks the wind out of me, he's out cold on the field, that we could take his blood, just a little sample. These laboratories taking 3 vials of 3 cc's in each one is absurd. A laboratory will go in and use about an eighth of a teaspoon to do their laboratory test. All that blood that they take is an absurdity. All they need is tiny little things like this, put the blood in there, send it. But there's too many mistakes we've made with something little. So they use large vials, they take a lot of blood for no reason other than it helps in preventing mistakes. So taking all this blood from you is not necessary. So I was able to get about a half a teaspoon, which was 1.5 cc's, from the several football players over the season who got knocked unconscious. The thyroxine levels, all of them were off the chart. But they walked off of the field. They were conscious within a minute or 2 or 5 minutes. Brain damage doesn't happen until the brain is starved of oxygen for 6 minutes. So the thyroxine helped the heart. It was like, shock therapy to get the heart and lungs moving again. So thyroxine is very important for that. Now the thymus, which is right at the lung area, they always say, oh, that's to protect the lungs. When it secretes the hormone from that particular gland, it always goes to the stomach. It is also the fattiest tissue in the body besides brain. And what happens in the stomach? Poisons often dump into the stomach. If you get an insect, a venom bite from anything, the blood, if it gets into the blood will transport it to the stomach. If the lymphatic glands take it, they don't take it to the stomach. They handle it right there in the lymph glands or lymph nodes and dump it through the skin after it's neutralized, if the lymph gland is healthy enough. The blood, if it gets it, will dump those poisons into the stomach, and that way the thymus will dump its fats into there to bind with those poisons so it doesn't damage the stomach wall or the intestinal tract as it flows through if the person doesn't vomit it. Then we go down to the adrenal glands, which sit on top of the, I talked about the pancreas, the appendix already, being the library, so you understand that. So the adrenal glands sit on top of the kidneys. What happens when the adrenal glands high? Get hyperactive, anxious, and that's for fight or flight. It is always for emergency purposes. Now, of course, the planet becoming extinct of humans isn't really an emergency, but the body takes it so, and it's made 2 gonads. Fight or flight's important, so you've got 2 adrenal glands, and for the gonads you have 2. 2 ovaries and 2 testes. So if one gets cut off or damaged, you can still procreate. Again, those hormones are normally used only for procreation, not during any other time. The estrogen and the testosterone are mainly used for reproduction of cells, for building ovum and sperm. They're not to give you energy, they're not to keep your bones from deteriorating. Another fallacy. What gives your bones solidity? Not testosterone, not female hormones, and not male hormones, estrogen. It is fat combined with minerals. Like if you want to have that kind of a problem, you have cheese and butter together. You have cheese and honey together to digest the minerals, high concentration minerals, with the good fats. So don't fall for the, oh, I'm weak, my hair is falling out, I'm fat because I don't have hormones. It is garbage. All animals and people thrive with energy and health by just eating food, the proper food. So it's that easy. So that pretty much covers, everybody knows muscles are so we can do acrobats, we can have sex, we can do anything we want with a physical form. Of course, so we can jump and leap and climb without sliming up the tree. We have bones. So very important to have bones. So we have structure so we can flip and dance and do all kinds of things like that, and not just slither along the floor or leaves or up trees or whatever. So those are the other parts. And the skin, of course, is supposed to keep everything contained. And then the poison is supposed to leak through the skin, where most things are supposed to dump. Again, the urine's not supposed to be toxic when it leaves the body. All it is with natural ammonia, all of the nutrients that is in blood except for the red and white blood cells. That's why people like in India drink their urine because they're, lacto-ovo-vegetarians, mainly lacto-vegetarians. They'll live on raw milk, but they won't eat meat because they revere the cow for giving them the meat. So they want to eat the cow. But they drink their urine to recycle their protein. So 99% of the people in India drink their urine who don't eat meat. And it's very helpful. It's necessary. They were supposed to come out with a new soda made of cow's urine. Because the Sikhs there saw what Coca-Cola and all the other companies were doing to their civilization. And the religious factors have a big play in politics in India. So they made a new soda. It was supposed to be out last year, and it may be. Nobody's advertising it. I saw it in one article. And they make this soda made of cow's urine. That's nutritious. To counteract that. So it may be out and may be sold, and maybe I'll find out in August when I go in India. So,
Are you still putting chemicals in it?
pardon? No, there are no chemicals.
Carbonated.
No. Carbonated too. Yeah. They flavored it with. They are using molasses as a part of the drink to sweeten it or alter it. They're using the maple syrup too. So, but they're less processed and they're not chemically produced like we do here.
Go in
Still
Brooklyn,
heat
huh?
processed.
Still in a can?
No, the glass bottle. Glass bottle.
Red Hook.
So urine,
Okay,
and feces are not supposed to be toxic substances. But of course, if you're eating toxic chemicals, your urine, feces are going to be toxic. You can take somebody who eats cooked food and you put the urine on something like a plant and it will burn the roots. It will kill it with the over-acidity.
Leaves too.
Pardon?
It'll burn the leaves also.
Yeah, right. But I pee on leaves and trees all the time and they never curl. They never turn brown. That's because my urine and my feces aren't toxic. They feed the plants. Don't hurt them. High nitrogen. High all the nutrients that are in the blood besides the red and white blood cells. Everything that feeds and makes the blood work is in urine with a little extra ammonia. And ammonia, like I said, it's like a negative magnet. The red and white blood cells, as the blood passes through the kidneys, it repels the red and white blood cells so they don't enter the kidney.
Why does it take a while to get the ammonia smell in urine? Like fresh urine doesn't seem to have that.
Well, the older it is, the more it smells.
It's just from evaporation, or
Well, it's from oxidizing. When the ammonia oxidizes, it gets stronger. Also, when you have certain dead cells and fragments in urine that can be recycled, they start to oxidize and they produce their own ammonia, like shark and stingray. As soon as they're dead, they start producing a high amount of ammonia. And to the point where in 24 hours, they reek if you don't keep them refrigerated. Reek of ammonia. Then, where is it? Greenland, they take shark meat and they will decay it for, make it high for 6 months. And then it's very strong in ammonia and they eat it. Big thing. And they only do it once a year, but they'll eat a lot of it, like the Eskimos eating a lot of high bacterial meat at one time of the year. That fills them with all this bacteria. They're going into a winter like the same in Greenland. It could be Finland, what's the next? Sweden. Could be Sweden also that does the shark. they go into a high winter with no, bacteria. In frozen foods, there's no bacteria. So they inundate themselves with bacteria before they go into that time of the year. Now, in my experiments with animals, feeding them frozen and unfrozen raw foods, well, after my test, I would no longer call frozen foods raw foods anymore because it processes them greatly. Now, Sally Fallon and I have been outs for years about this, but she doesn't. There was one other scientist who also said that when you freeze raw cream and raw butter, it doesn't have the same curative properties. I found the same when I took dogs and cats and put them in two groups and fed. Now I got the same side, the beef, one side of a beef, and I fed it for 10 weeks to these animals. And the only thing that they got was water in the meat. One group got it frozen, the other group got it non-frozen. Of course, some of it got a little stinky, but I did cut the meat up for the ones, for all of them, and put it in jars. And when you do that and keep it refrigerated, they really don't decay unless you keep opening the jar. So that meat stayed pretty fresh. I've had meat keep a year in the refrigerator as long as the oxygen was not exposed in the jars. There wasn't much oxygen in the jar. So I fed them the frozen and the non-frozen to the two groups. And within 6 weeks, every animal who had the frozen had a skin disorder. Within 10 weeks, one of the dogs had mange so bad it was seeping out the skin so raw and lost half of its hair. 10 weeks. So I said, okay, now I can resolve this. Meat frozen loses a lot of its nutrients and causes contamination. Maybe even worse than cooked meat. So, and also they drank a lot of water. The dogs that ate it raw, unfrozen, hardly drank any water. They were calm, they were happy, no skin disorders. Not even shedding. Then, so I said, okay, raw butter heals all skin conditions. So I took the same batch of butter, and I froze half of it, and the other half was raw. And I fed these dogs and cats that in that one group, separated them. So I had the two groups, one raw, one frozen, butter. And at the end of that 5 weeks, all of the animals had recovered. But the ones who had the raw, unfrozen butter recovered their skin disorders in 1 week. The ones who had frozen took 5 weeks to recover. Took 5 times longer to recover with the frozen butter. That means it loses 80% of its nutrient value by freezing it. Probably it does not become toxic because none of the animals got toxic like they did with the frozen meat. So even frozen foods have their drawback. So why do you think those Swiss and the ones from Greenland and the Eskimos have all that rotting meat before they go into winter? Fill their bodies with it. Fill their bodies with it. Because they know they're going to be eating popsicles. I heard one talk about, we get a fish cut a hole in the ice and get a fish out there. By the time it's in our mouth, it's a popsicle. So they're eating ice frozen animals. And, they make it through the winter. When they're eating the seal and the bear, they don't freeze like that. Seal is incredibly delicious. Seal is like black, its meat's black, almost like liver. And it tastes like cooked sirloin. Incredibly delicious. But so nutritious that I can only eat about a half a cup to 3/4 of a cup in a day. And I can't eat any other meat. It's so rich and nutritious. I get that much from the seal meat that I get out of a whole pound of any other meat. Phenomenal stuff. And then the fat. Oh, so delicious. Sit there and eat it, and eat it, and eat it, and eat it, until you can't see straight.
Maybe get seal milk.
I know, I've never had that. I don't see these seals that big. You know, we don't see their eyes. They're pretty camouflaged under their breast.
50%. Planet Earth says it's like 50%.
50% fat. Cream. Well, that sounds good to me. Okay, so that takes care of the basic, the body. Of course, the nails are to protect the fingers from working and the feet from moving and running and climbing. Protect the toes from, and the fingers from getting too damaged. And the hair, of course, that protects us from too much sunlight in certain areas of the body, which are very sensitive. We have hair down here because it's too hot here. The sperm and the ovum will die very young. So lots of hair here, lots of hair here because the brain discharging its the high amount of fats and toxins have a tendency to cause burn on the scalp. So that's why we have hair in those locations. Probably man has a beard because he's the hunter mainly. Some tribes in Africa, the woman is. But, you know, they're out there ripping, you know, the hide with the teeth, and, you know, the beard is a protection agency there, you know, from doing all of that. And the woman doesn't, usually will rip the teeth, use the teeth to rip the hide like the man will. So, that's the only reason I can figure the hair on the face being different. Most women in the world have hair on their legs and, you know, on their arms, every other place. Not necessarily their chest, but some women do. Why men have hair on the chest? I don't know, probably because they don't have enough fat on their chest. They might have a tendency to burn. Women have all of the lymph glands and the lymph breast with lots of fat in it. And of course, they don't have a tendency to burn like men do in the chest area if they're naked. I've gone to many, many beaches with, you know, nude beaches, and the women, even if they don't put their lotion on, don't seem to burn on the chest, on the breast. But men will burn more so. Not men on this diet. You know, we have the proper fats that keep us from burning. But probably times when there wasn't a lot of raw fats available, then men have a tendency to burn if they don't have hair on their chest.
That's what I noticed most about starting my movement path, was my susceptibility to burning.
Oh, you burn from the sun, yeah.
Before, when I did do that, I would get a lot of sun in my day.
I had an albino once. It was at the Sadashiva. Sadashiva, sorry. Shivananda Yogi community. And he was an albino. He had reddish white hair, but, you know, the eyes and everything. Never had been in the sun in his life. Always kept completely covered. So I said, if you eat the raw butter, you know, that will resolve your issue. But he, you know, 1-2 sticks a day. He was fairly tall. He was probably 6'1". And 10 days after eating the butter every day and avocado and oranges, he was on the roof and got 30 minutes of sunshine. The next day he got an hour of sunshine. Then the next day he fell asleep in the sunshine for 6 hours. Didn't burn. Got a little red. Looked like a lobster, but no blistering, nothing the next day. Utilized it. You know, what butter can do in the body is amazing. Not just give energy. Soothes and coats the body, protects our bones, everything. Okay, so let's get into food. Now, I talked about what the foods digest best. But let's take a look how our bodies utilize nutrients. And now, in the citric acid cycle of utilizing nutrients as food, when we use fat as our main nutrient, fat cholesterols, fats that have been made into cholesterol. Remember, an animal's body does not utilize any fat properly until it's converted into a cholesterol. But yet cholesterol is bad. We want a low cholesterol level. Yeah, if you have a high cholesterol level, you're going to be too well to be going to the pharmaceutical industry, the medical industry, to get well. I've got one Hall of Fame champion athlete, basketball player, who's in his late 80s, 87 now. He's been on the diet about 18 years, and he outplays young guys on the basketball court. And he has 672 cholesterol levels. 672 cholesterol levels. I have a Olympic gymnast. She stays at 325 to 375. And if she goes lower than that, she can't work out and she gets sick. And before, when she was on a bad diet, she would get sick every 2 to 6 weeks and had to stop working out because they kept lowering her cholesterol level. And then McEnroe's coach, the man who used to coach McEnroe, told her, he has been on the diet about 20 years, he told her coach to come and see me, and he would resolve the cholesterol, and I would resolve the cholesterol level. Well, I resolved it by convincing them that she needed a high cholesterol level, and just changed the fats that she ate, so all that cholesterol would be good quality cholesterol. And she went from coming in 6th and 7th place to winning a silver medal the next year. I'm not allowed to give her name for publicity reasons, because everybody's afraid that she's a raw meat eater. Only a few people will divulge that. Like when, what's his name, that actor? One with, he's a detective. Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson was on the primal diet for a few years, and you can see him in The Patriot, going from The Patriot to you see him in What Women Want, or What Women Know, whatever that is. And you can see him going from this pudgy, alcoholic demeanor to this slim, trim, younger-looking man, from one film to the other. So he went on David Letterman's show, and he walked on, and David Letterman said, "What did you do from Patriot to this? You look like a model now. What are you doing?" He said, "Oh, you don't want to know." And David Letterman said, "Yeah, I want to know. What are you doing?" He said, "No, I just want to say." And he says, "Come on, you got to share it with us. We all know it. We always recognize it. Share it with us. We'd like to know. We may want to do it ourselves." And he said, "Well, I eat raw meat. All my children eat raw meat. We eat raw meat." They came down on him for over 18 months. LA Times, New York Times telling me he was a bad parent, putting his children in danger, all 6 children in danger, all this stuff for 18 months.
Yeah, people are like my ex-husband, the father of my 4 younger kids, forbid me to feed any of them raw meat. I'm not allowed to feed my kids raw meat.
He doesn't have that much say. It's the kid's choice.
Well, he says they're gonna get parasites.
Well, if they got parasites from eating raw meat, they'd be good parasites. But that's a fallacy. I've had animals.
I'm trying to convince him with another. I wanted him to come, but they.
Well, to say, show me the results. Show me the tests with animals that if you feed them raw milk, they'll all get parasites. No, only very sick animals get parasites. Lions and tigers don't have parasites. Pigs don't have anything but the whipworm, the trichinosis, but that's a digestive parasite. It's not a cleansing parasite. So it's a fallacy. I fed hundreds of animals in tests, raw meat, and not one of them ever got a parasite unless it was a sickly animal. And that was a cleansing parasite to get them well faster. And they got well 5 times faster. Then give them the butter on top of it, wow, miracles happen. Which, we're so sickly that it doesn't happen in humans, except rarely. It does happen maybe 5 or 10% of the people will have miraculous reactions like that. But normally it's a gradual progression toward better health on this diet. Every day you get better. Some days you're going to have some hard detoxification times, and of course you're going to get better after that. And I have many patients, they say, see through it and you will feel better when it's over. Well, I'll feel better after being sick, of course. No, you'll have more strength, you'll have more energy, you'll have more stamina once it's over, and you'll see a marked increase. Whether it's 2-5%, that's an increase. Incredible increase. And it happens all the time, especially with my athletes. Like I had 2 marathon runners that went on the diet, one from Las Vegas and one New York City. And they were both on the diet like 3 months. And the one from Vegas, in 2 months, cut 20 minutes off of his time. The one in New York cut off 40 minutes of his time in 3.5 months. They dream of taking a minute or 2 off a year, but taking 20 to 40 minutes off? That's astounding. I have another athlete who's a martial artist who competes in worldwide, martial art competitions. And now he's 62 years old, and he still comes in 3rd to 5th place. And the people in his category are 15, 18 years younger than he is. Before he went on the diet, he was in 35th place. 35th to 38th place for all the years. And that's what he did. He went on diet, and he's one of these that keeps records of everything. Heart rate, blood pressure, everything. So he had this chart of his heart rate getting higher and higher, and it would take him longer and longer after he'd do his exercises for his heart beat to normalize. And he was one of those that really is intense. He jump ropes. He starts on Monday, and jump rope is just one of the exercises he does. He jumps ropes and he does 2,700 jump ropes on Monday. On Wednesday, he will do 6,300 or 200 jump ropes. On a Friday or the Saturday, he will do 12,000 jump ropes, all in an hour. So you can imagine how fast he's moving in that hour. His heart rate would take 3 minutes to go down to about 180, 178. That's where it averaged. When he went on the diet, every month it went down. After 12 months on the diet, 3 minutes after he stopped exercising, his heart beat was 110 to 114 beats per minute. That is all. That's astounding. Plus, he went from 35th place the year before to 5th place that year.
Your dad is on the DVD, right?
Yeah. One of the testimonials. Yeah. So, there are a lot of stories like that. Most people don't want to come forward with them because of what the press does about their raw meat eating. Endangering people, endangering children, stupid thing to do. They don't want to deal with it.
I like to try to guess when I'm watching movies which actors and actresses are on the diet.
You can tell some that are doing
You can
it.
tell the ones that go backwards too.
Yeah. Like Mel Gibson, on and off. More off now than on.
Uma Thurman, she went like really skinny for a while.
Who?
Uma Thurman.
Oh, yes.
And she got
She was a vegetarian.
What's she
And
on now?
who's that other vegetarian? Used to be a gymnast. Very tall model, came from the model world. She played the mermaid in Splash.
Oh, yeah,
Hannah.
Daryl Hannah. Yeah, Daryl Hannah. She's still a vegetarian.
Yeah, she ate.
Cheating. Cheating. She's drinking raw milk occasionally. Even David Wolf, he's a closet meat eater.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah, I have people that work, I know people who work for him, and they report to me. 3 years ago, he started drinking raw milk. That's why he got all full and white in color. You can't be that full on the fruitarian diet. And he got a contract with all the people who work for him. They cannot reveal what he does.
One of them did at the longevity conference last year. He outed him.
Yeah.
And
So he was eating meat.
yeah. He did
Yeah.
scandal.
And then they reported a couple that worked for him.
He didn't deny it or confirm it.
Yeah, and then a couple that worked for him from, I think they were from Finland. They worked for him for a year and says he's eating raw meat every day. Raw meat and dairy, you know. I told him a long time ago, I knew him when he first got on vegetarian. I said, David, you're a novice. This thing is working for you because you came from the cooked food process. Look at me in 7 years when you hit the wall. You don't have what it takes. I've known 8 vegetarians who were good at being vegetarians, and they all overproduced hormones. A lot of physical activity, but they all deteriorate later in their life.
What about Doug Graham?
Pardon?
What about Doug Graham?
He eats dairy, eats stuff like that as his medicine. So he's in denial that he does anything else. Cousins is the only one that I know that completely stays to it and doesn't cheat. And he doesn't look healthy. So,
Toby Maguire, I think.
pardon?
Toby Maguire?
Let me tell you, there's nobody but Cousins that doesn't cheat. Let me tell you, since I've been out, they're all doing the dairy and eating raw meat.
One lady wrote a book. She was vegan
Yeah,
for a long time and then denied it. And then after she was cheating, and then finally came out and said, yeah, I cheated. And then wrote a book saying that,
shouldn't be doing vegetarianism. Not right for the body. And it isn't. I mean, there are a few people, like I say, there are very few people who can do it and do it well. I remember one that I knew the longest. He had been a fruitarian hygienist for about 47 years, but then all of his spine started disintegrating. What was his name? From Los Angeles. Odd name.
Gypsy?
Pardon?
Gypsy?
No, not Gypsy. Gypsy was a cheater all the time. I knew Gypsy way back. Gypsy was always cheating. Always. I'd catch him drinking the raw milk all the time. He would down an 8-ounce, container of raw cream like that, and then throw it away quickly. The banana man, the barefoot. What do you call himself? The barefoot vegetarian, something like that.
one of the Williams sisters, tennis stars, either Venus or Serena, the one that has some kind of disease that was knocking her out of competition last year. She supposedly has gone raw vegan now to
Counterbalance her obesity.
the condition, and she'll be interesting to watch.
Yeah. She won't be in the wrong. That's hard work what she does.
Yeah.
She may last at that a year and then hit the wrong side of it. The good side of it is that it's a temporary thing. It'll help you clean out and get rid of some of your over acidity, but it won't build you and strengthen you. It will just tear you down from there. Keep tearing you down. Unless you have all those overactive
Are you familiar with
glands.
that condition she has?
Pardon?
Are you familiar with that condition that she has?
I don't remember what it was.
I don't know.
So, where do we get our protein from? Like I said, I put the hydrochloric acid and bile on nuts and seeds. We digest less than 6-7% of the nuts. Seeds, almost none, like 2%. And mostly what we digest in the nuts are starch, not the fats and not the protein. In fact, the protein was maybe 2% or less. The fat was anywhere from 2% to 7%, depending upon the animal's bile, human's bile that I used. To put onto, some people could digest a little bit more than others.
I noticed when I went from raw vegan to eating meat, I was trying to get all my protein from nuts
Yeah.
when I was vegan.
I was eating 7 pounds of nuts a day, and I'd wake up, an eighth of an ounce lighter the next day. One time I ate 14 pounds of nuts in a day. I was just so hungry as a fruitarian. I would eat, one time I ate a 27-pound watermelon in one sitting. It took me 45 minutes, and I was peeing all night. I couldn't sleep. I was peeing every 10 minutes, literally. 27-pound watermelon, and I was 120 pounds. I looked like I was pregnant. And I had a headache all night, I was peeing all night. But my bicycle popped 7 spokes, and I was going from, St. Charles, Louisiana to Houston, Texas. And my spokes popped, and it was summertime, and I was trying to fix them and everything, true up, and the thing wouldn't true up because I popped too many spokes at one time. So I spent 8 hours trying to true the wheel. And then by that time I was starving. I hadn't had any food. So I finally got to Beaumont, Beaumont, Texas, not Houston, which is about 60 miles away, maybe 120 miles away. I was trying to do 200 miles that day. Didn't work. Spokes popped. Hit a bump in the road, broke the spokes. Anyway, there was this guy out there loading up his it was getting toward dusk, loading his pickup truck with his watermelons. And I just went, oh my God, watermelon. So I offered to load his truck for him if I could have a watermelon. He said, sure. 27-pound watermelon, I ate it all right there in 45 minutes. I couldn't even ride my bicycle. I had to walk my bicycle to the woods, to sleep. And I was pissing all night. Oh, it was not good being a fruitarian. I was also angry easily. Man, I thought it was good though, because I'd been so sick all my life. I had, all this manic energy, and I thought that was good energy. Coming from a family of, crazy people and violent people, that was considered a good thing, So,
Right.
but then, it wasn't good for being an actor or any of that stuff when I got back to Los Angeles. So.
You left out your acting career.
That was a minor part of my life.
When I went from vegan to the primal diet, I don't remember when it was I noticed, but I went from nuts as like a mainstay, and I was eating nuts every day.
Mm-hmm.
One day I just realized, I haven't eaten nuts in a long time, and I didn't even think about it. It was like they didn't exist anymore. I didn't.
Got the meat?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like there's no purpose.
I mean, it was like, after I ate that rabbit, I wasn't really that hungry for 3 days, and I felt good and satisfied for the first time in my life. Eating something that completely satisfied me was this rabbit. Of course, I have to get, having raw cream and raw milk was pretty good back then, but it didn't give me that energy. I mean, relaxed and sleepy, and I felt so good. Gave me that kind of energy. But the rabbit, I mean, I had energy. I felt like doing something physical. So it was a different thing. So I started hunting after 3 days.
Hopping around.
And that's a lot of work. Hunting is incredible work. Phenomenal. Stamina, patience, everything. Not easy. And then when you're only getting an insect out of it, it's such little food.
Isn't there such a thing as negative calories when you're hunting?
Yeah, absolutely. You don't get it. That's what I said. I had to go out to the farm after about 6 days of eating it's a little bit of chipmunks trapping them and eating them. By the time you skin them, you have to eat the bones to get any nutrients.
You see that in nature, like when there's a chase, the predator and the prey. The prey can outlast the predator for long enough, they'll give up because they realize they have to conserve their available energies and they can maybe catch something instead of being into a negative spiral.
Yeah, so meat is the only thing that we digest properly for protein. And that doesn't mean red meat, that means any kind of flesh food, even if it's an insect. I'm not into insects, I only eat insects when I'm starving, because I don't know, I'm still a little squeamish about insects, so I have to be starving to eat them. And I must say, though, that
After what you've eaten, that's quite a statement.
I mean, high meat's even better than eating, an insect to me. Rotten, stinky meat, I mean, sometimes that appeals to me.
Maybe have those palm
When
grubs.
I used to, pardon?
Those palm grubs, the ones that grow in the palm trees.
Yeah, those are delicious. They taste like the palms. And I have a girlfriend, a friend who is a girl from Peru. And way back in '79, I watched her go in, we shopped together, we were sharing a house together. And not lovers or anything, but just friends. And we went shopping at the health food store. I think it was Mrs. Gooch's at the time, called Mrs. Gooch's. And she picked out every corn on the cob that she picked out had a worm on it. She didn't pick one that didn't have a worm on it. She peeled it back, popped the worm. She grew up in the jungles of Peru. That was their meat, the worms and grubs, so I thought, oh my God, what does that taste like? It certainly is pretty and green, chartreuse and gorgeous creature.
I never know from growing corn.
And she says it tastes like corn. And I said, of course, it eats corn, it's going to taste like corn. And sure enough, and I love those. I'll eat those all day long. And I don't pick an ear of corn that doesn't have a worm in it either. I won't even pick a corn that hasn't been eaten by a worm if it doesn't have a worm in it. Because I know that if the worm is eating it, it's not a toxic, nor a GMO.
Worm would be dead.
Right. So, yeah. So I enjoy those, but otherwise, I don't get into those insects as my meat. I get into more solid animals.
You don't like a nice fat cockroach.
They do in Thailand. They grow them like this big, I mean, the only time I've never eaten a cockroach, but I've eaten, well, not directly. I've directly eaten it by kissing girls. See, up till 20 years ago, all lipstick was made with roach guts. Yeah. That white guts in it, they crush them and take the white guts from it. And the only thing that would adhere to the lips and take color. It was natural. And I saw a plant. They don't have them anymore. But they had plants and miles of trays to grow these roaches. And they fed these roaches, processed foods. And every time I kissed a girl, I was eating roach guts. Every time a girl put it on, they were eating roach guts all day long. Every day I put it on the list. Now it's all chemical. It's all petroleum-based waxes and everything. So it's not natural anymore. But that's what lipstick used to be up to 20 years ago. Roach guts.
But they didn't advertise that.
No, of course not. They put the Latin name on the ingredients. Nobody knew what it was unless they looked up the Latin. Oh, that's a roach!
Roach's gutters.
And the only reason I found out is because I had a patient who was a chemist with Estee Lauder, the lipstick division. Miles. They had hundreds of miles of roach farms. Literally hundreds of miles of roach farms. Just a block. No, all over the world. Here in America. They have one plant near the Hershey's chocolate factory in California. but hundreds of miles to supply the roach, the lipstick all over the world.
And what happened to all those roaches when they switched over?
They stopped breeding them, so those plants closed and became something else.
What did you do HCl testing on pollen and bee pollen? I'm curious to know how our HCl gets with that.
To have those laboratory tests done, it's anywhere from $6,000 to $10,000 per test. So what I do when I'm testing food is I test for the elements that I know will be high in any chemical, like high cadmium or high mercury or high lead. You know, those things are always in anything that's chemically produced. So if I find those, I know that there's some kind of chemical, toxic chemical that they're feeding the animals or spraying around when the animals are eating, or even giving them the product directly, the chemical directly. So that's how I tell now. I stopped spending $6 to $10 grand per test. That was very expensive.
That's what you
That's what I used to do.
That's how you were testing the HCl?
Pardon?
That's how you were testing the effects of the hydrochloric acid?
Well, I would have to, I had to pay for a laboratory.
You just got volunteers to provide that?
Yeah.
How does the island beef test?
What?
The island beef here test. You know, like the Kalani beef and stuff like that.
I don't know anybody's.
I don't do anything like that. The USDA is supposed to have done some kind of testing, but I don't know if we can trust them.
They claim it's no hormones, no chemicals, grass-fed,
protein-wise, I found that there are other foods that we can eat to derive protein, like cheese and eggs. But cheese, the protein from cheese is mainly used to utilize high concentrations of minerals in the combination with honey. So that's a supplement, but I'm going to stick with the protein at this point. And eggs are great for protein. However, in my laboratory test checking for growth activity for cellular division, the byproducts of that waste never increased with eggs. They helped regenerate cells that were already alive, but didn't foster the reproduction of cellular division. So only meats did that. Raw meats did that. No matter what kind they were, it didn't matter. Whether it was insect meat or cow meat, goat meat, sheep, bird of any sort, or fish, even shellfish, they all stimulated fast cellular reproduction if the animal wasn't too sick. If the animal were very sick, I always observed no matter what they ate, detoxification was always the main factor. Of course, they reproduce cells every day, only in alignment to keep their body up to a certain strength. But they would only heal rapidly once enough of the toxins left the body. And then, if I fed them eggs, they still wouldn't reproduce quickly. But if I fed them meats, they would reproduce quickly. So eggs are great for stimulating cells that are already alive and rebuilding cells that are already alive, but not to heal yourself, to make new cells. Cheese does not allow that either, but it sure makes cells that are alive a lot stronger because of the mineral concentration. No matter if it's nerve to bone cells, they all reproduce that much better. Then, so that's the protein world. Nuts you don't get protein from, you get mainly starch. And then we go to the fat world. The fat world to me is the most important because the body uses fats for three things. Only nutrients that's used in such volume are the fats. And that's why I like people to be fat, because the body uses fats to encapsulate poisons. Cellulite is one of them. Cellulite is a condition of fats harnessing more fat, more toxins than is normal for them. Then they dehydrate and they become a hardened ball under the skin. The only way to relieve that kind of fat is to have raw fats infiltrate it, cause enzymes and other reactive agents, solvents, natural body solvents, produced specifically by the lymphatic system with the aid in some circumstances of, pressed oils, mainly are solvent reactive. Your butter and creams are not. They're more stabilizing and building, but will be used for detoxification. But your pressed oils and, whether it's nut oils or coconut oil, it is 90% for detoxification, solvent reactive, to clean out the body. So they don't stabilize the system except to cleanse it. So those agent factors will occur and clean out the body before it starts reproducing cells. Now those fats, like butter, like I told you the examples of what they do, stabilizes the body, heals it faster than any other fat. But then you have the cream, hard to digest. Cream is very difficult to digest and will make you very sleepy and tired if you eat a lot of it. It's not that kind will give you the high energy like butter can do, and the moisturizing lubrication formula, which is, lemon, butter, and honey together, and egg together. Those four elements. You can use, if you don't have butter, you can use coconut cream and the others, but the most stabilizing to the body is the butter.
What do you use that for?
Pardon?
What do you use the cream for?
Yeah, you digest fats faster that way, and they will get to more areas of the body. And what I learned was you can eat all the butter and the cream and the coconut cream in the world, and even meat fats, and your intestines and your organs will absorb all of that fat and leave none for the skin, none for the bones, none for the joints, not much for the muscles. So when you make the fat converted into a pre-digestive element with the bacteria reactive lemon juice and the honey, which has lots of helpful digestive enzymatic activity in it, and the egg, which has the protein to help utilize the fat, you've made it into a very fast digesting fat that'll clear the system so fast that the intestines and it'll bypass, not all of it, but a lot of it will bypass the intestines and the glands and go to the muscles, the bones, and the skin. That's why I suggest that everybody eat, moisturizing lubrication formula for years and years on the diet. I don't have to do that anymore. I can just eat my butter, straight up with my meat or at any time, or with cheese or any time, and not have to worry about the digestibility yet. It's rapid and it gets to my skin everywhere without having to eat the moisturizing lubrication formula. But I did that for 26 years, had the moisturizing formula before I got to that point where I didn't have to eat it in that form anymore to feed every cell in my body, and not just to have it to go to the intestines and glands and organs.
Once a day,
Pardon?
how often did you take that during the day?
Every day.
Just
I had it every day.
once every day.
Well, it depends on what you need. If you're having pain, you have arthritis and rheumatism, you have inflammatory bowel syndrome, you can have 2 a day. You're really skinny and you want to get buffed up, you eat a pound of meat with one of those lubrication moisturizing formulas twice daily. And I got guys that were skinny all their lives, and at 55 and 58 and 60 years old, all of a sudden got buffed And they wanted to be that way all their lives, and they worked so hard at it and never got there. And then all of a sudden they go on the diet and they're there. And there's only about probably 4 out of 100 that couldn't do it.
How much of that do you eat?
Pardon?
How much of that do you eat?
Like I said, you eat a whole one with like a pound of meat. How tall are you?
5'9".
Okay, let's say you wanted to beef up. You have one of those moisturizing lubrication formulas with 3/4 of a pound of meat twice daily. Usually these people in a year were buffed up huge. Like Lucky. Lucky was as thin as you are. Do you know Lucky? Who owns this place? Lucky was as thin as you are when I met him. Now you look at him, he's buffed. It doesn't even work out. He worked out for a year, ate the moisturizing lubrication formula every day for a year with the meat, buffed up, stopped working out, and he maintains it.
Yeah, I found pictures of Lee when he was
Skinny?
skinny.
Yeah.
He looked like a whole different person.
Yes, he was. Very different.
I don't work out, but I work.
Yes, he was.
So,
I mean,
because there's a difference between the lime and the lemon.
Yes.
Their bacterial reactive qualities. Can you use the lime juice in the lube instead of the lemon?
it's helpful for some people, but you want to destroy the bacteria. Lime prevents bacteria, so you're not really doing the same. However, when I want people to lower their detoxification levels, or let's say lower like penicillin, doesn't belong in the human body, it's a bird fungus. And when they inject it into the body, and they sterilize it, it doesn't have an off switch. All fungus will work for a period of time and then go into hibernation for a period of time. Fungus is never constant. However, penicillin, because it's sterilized, never has an off switch. So it goes. So sometimes I let people make their moisturizing lubrication formula with lime juice, in that case, to help destroy or temper the penicillin. Penicillin still does a good job, but when people are so toxic, they can be overwhelmed with penicillin because most of their body is rotting and decaying the cells in it. So that's a little rough when their whole body's deteriorating and they have no energy and they can't do an invalid. So in that circumstance, I will give them that kind of lubrication formula to try to lower the penicillin levels, and it always does. And then so they can eat the foods to rebuild and then detoxify later heavily. With fungus, and that's how the body chooses to do it. But usually once you introduce the high bacterial meats, the body usually kicks right in and says, okay, this is more of what I want. Let's use bacteria rather than fungus. Because your parasites, your bacteria, your fungus, and your virus all have different levels of cleaning and have different levels of waste product. So that's a factor when you want to say, do I want this or do I want that? And you can make choices if you know how to feed the body to hinder one and promote a different one. I promote parasites, but I've had a hard time. I've eaten rotten meat with parasites all through it, decaying meat, animals that would get high parasitical activity right away because they were eating processed foods like chickens, often have the pinworm in their intestines because they're eating processed pellets and stuff from a feed store. And they will get pinworms frequently. Now you never see that because they rip the intestines out of chickens. You never see that they have those pinworms. Those pinworms can actually puncture you because when you grab them, they'll straighten and harden just like a pin. And you just stick them right through you. They're amazing creatures. But I've eaten thousands of them and never got one. Never got. And my feces checked and my blood checked for 6 months afterwards, once every 10 weeks. Never got one of them. For the first 10 days I had it tested. twice, just to make sure. And I've eaten all kinds of parasites, not able to get one. It took me a long time when I finally got a tapeworm, but that took quite a maneuvering. And I had constipation for all of my life, up until when I got that tapeworm. And I got that tapeworm, and I had it for about 6 weeks. I had this craving for onion, and I ate this onion. Who sits there and eats an onion like an apple? And the only time I did that when I was a starving fruitarian, and I was in the desert, and the only food was this field of red onions. And I was eating 2 or 3 onions at a time, and it was okay. I was starving. This time I've been on a raw diet, primal diet, eating lots of meat and eggs and dairy, no problem. And I had this tapeworm, and I was so happy I had a tapeworm. I finally had some parasite to help me get better quicker. And I ate this, I had no constipation when I had the tapeworm. Not once did I have constipation, nor did I have diarrhea. And I had constipation all my life. I went every 3 to 5 days. And when it would come out, it was granite, and I always bled. By the time I reached 21 years old, my entire rectum was 2 inches of scar tissue. Bled every time I had a bowel movement. Big as my fist sometimes. Granite, ripping out. So painful. And then when I got this tapeworm, and then when I got on the raw diet with lots of fat and everything, still the first part of it come out was very big, but it wasn't like granite anymore. But still, things didn't move the same way that I'd like them to. So I got that tapeworm, and then movements were nice and easy and thin sometimes and soft. Everything was great with that that tapeworm. So I don't know why I got the craving. I was in Vietnam, Hanoi, and I had a craving for this onion. So I went and bought it across the street at the outdoor market and bought a red onion, and I ate half of it. No, they didn't have a red onion, so I ate a yellow onion. That's why I could only eat half of it. But it was delicious when I got the other half, and I couldn't do it. Within 6 hours, that onion came out, shooting out the tapeworm. And I mean, I came out with diarrhea. And I looked in the toilet, and I thought, oh my God, my tapeworm. I pulled it out of the toilet, And a tapeworm is not that long thing. Each tapeworm is a little section. It's a colony that attaches together. Each one is a separate worm. So I realized that when I pulled it out of the toilet, and I knew that I couldn't eat it, it wouldn't do the same. So I stretched it out, measured it, and it shrivels out quickly. Within 24 hours, that noodle that they look like will shrink up to look just like a piece of rice. Like a grain of rice. That's what they look like when they're dead and dried up. So I stretched it out and measured it. It was almost 50 feet. But I figured it was about 46 feet, so I figured as much as it drew up in that about 45 minutes to an hour that it took me to stretch it out and measure it. That had shriveled about 3 feet a yard. So it was about 50 feet. So I was all depressed and upset because I thought, am I going to go back to my constipation and all of that? And sure enough, it did for about 3 or 4 days, 5 days. And then all of a sudden, 10 days later, I looked in the toilet, and there was one of those little noodles doing its little dance down in the toilet. Didn't get rid of them completely. Then about 6 weeks later, it just came out again, about 50 feet. I pulled it out and measured it. And I was in Thailand at that time. And there happened to be wood floors in those hotel rooms, so I was able to stretch it out and measure it and not have it on a rug. And I haven't had constipation since.
How did you get the tapeworm?
Let me tell you, it was a process. I had to figure out. I looked at all of the African tribes who had a lot of parasites, and they were the tapeworm. And they said it was causing these tribes tribal deaths, children to go around with the bloated stomachs. But when I investigated those tribes, what they were eating, I found that they were eating processed cereals that couldn't be sold here, and the boxing or the chemicals of the process, something wrong with that cereal. And I found also that those cereal companies created non-profit companies to feed the world, starving children. So what they did was they would buy at high prices from everybody's donations. They'd buy this junk cereal food, send it off to Africa with powdered milk and water. So you powder milk and water and have with their toxic cereal. And these kids were eating all this sugar, and in Africa, sugar is not the mainstay. Meats and milk are in most of Africa. So these kids were getting tapeworms. Tapeworms eat sugars, high sugars. So these kids were getting all these tapeworms, which they had never had before, from eating all this cereal and processed powdered dairy, which is mainly sugar, processed sugar. And they say, oh, the tapeworms getting through the foot, getting up, crawling up in their bodies and taking over, eating their food, and that's why they're bloated. They're bloated from all of this garbage food and the tapeworms, and they're trying to eat the excess carbs so it doesn't kill them. And the body the tapeworm is digesting those sugars into a different form to allow that person to eat that food and survive on it, but not well. So even the tapeworm was good. So I figured, okay, I have to infuse some kind of high sugar into my body, and hopefully I'll get it. So I took the maca root, dried maca root, and which is heavily processed, no matter what they say. To dry maca root without getting a fungus takes high heat and heavy processing. So David Wolf was full of shit. I caught him on 5 things he was selling. And so he stopped saying what these particular things were, and he started saying at high temperatures what they were. Because he was saying, the maca root and what else? His carrot powder at one time, and then he went to cocoa powder. And these things were raised at high temperatures, 137, 150 some degrees. And he was telling everybody they were over 105 degrees, over 110. So I sent him all the literature that he sent to me with everything redacted, so I couldn't tell who was the producer, where he got them from. But I'm a sleuth. I was able to put a chemical on his magic marker, dissolve it, and see the name underneath. So I went to them and I demanded in a letter to know how their processing was. Sure enough, it was high heat, so I sent it to him. Yeah, I'm sure he just went back a little bit, that I would write to his producer and sent him the result. So he changed some things, but he only did it when I would show them. He didn't do the research himself.
He's making so much money off of
Oh,
this.
that guy makes
It's
money.
unbelievable.
But he's also threatened by the food mafia. They threatened me here. This guy came up to me at the Raw Olympics and he said, I want you to start carrying these vitamins and these supplements, these superfoods. I said, you haven't read my work, obviously. I don't believe in any of that crap. I know it's made with kerosene and all that. I'm not going to sell it. He said, well, other people have said that, and all of a sudden their fortunes disappear. Their money disappears from their bank, or some things happen in their life that takes all their money. That was a threat. And I said, well, you happen to give me your card and I know where you live. Let me tell you, I can hire people in the same way you do and burn your house down and do all kinds of things. So go ahead and threaten me. But you are the first on my list, and I will notify 100 people right now. And if anything happens to me, or my money or anything else, they're going to look at you. whether you were in or not, you're going to get the cause of it. So now you better protect me. So I never heard from him again. Those guys don't scare me. You scare them just as bad as, you know. So, anyway, those fats are...
Maca root and...
Oh, I use maca root and honey and milk. So I put about 3/4 of a cup of maca root into about 3 cups of milk and a tiny bit of honey. But it was processed honey.
That's what my old yoga,
That's what gave me the
books
tapeworm.
said. That if you want to coax the tapeworm out of your intestines, you set out a bowl of sweetened milk.
Yeah.
And it'll like crawl out looking for it.
Entice them inside.
And it said you grab
Put it
it
next
and
to your
pull
butt
it
when
out.
you go to sleep.
Entice them inside. But I think that all of the parasites are all a part of meat in general. All a part of meat. Every cell in nature contains everything. And all it needs is the proper environment to host that particular creature. So I figured out what to do. And let me tell you, I got it. When I first opened it, I went to smell it and see if it was ripe enough, and it had only been like 21 days that it had been curing. And my nose went, the alcohol was so strong, it burned my sinuses and gave me a headache for 6 hours. And when that calmed down, I drank 3/4 of it.
You fermented it?
I had fermented it, yeah.
What
To break all the sugars down.
What is it that you're drinking?
The maca root, the milk, and the honey.
That was fermented.
Yeah. I wanted to incite a tapeworm in my body with high sugars that would feed on it and help me digest them. So, I mean, like, probably 3 days later, I broke out in hives all over the place. I mean, I had hives that were so itchy, and I was on a plane. I had to be on a plane to, like 24 hours after I was on a plane to Vietnam. I had all these hives all over my body, so I took cucumber with an ice pack and tomatoes, so I'd slice them and rub them over the hives, and then settle them down for an hour. So I was in now in the bathroom in the plane, rubbing them on, taking off my clothes, because I had huge hives on my stomach and my butt and my thighs and my glutes, everywhere. So I'd be rubbing this cold tomato and cucumber on those, settle it for an hour, and then after an hour I go back in, do it again. And then when I got to Hanoi, the first thing I did was I got some coconut vinegar at the market, and which is all raw, and I poured that into the bath. I got lots of tomatoes, crushed those up, put them in the bath, and I sat in that bath hot bath with that in there for like 3 hours. It was heaven. No hives. And then it took about 6 hours after I got out of the tub before they started to cause itching again and raising high. I needed to perspire them out, so then I get back into the hot tub again with that mixture in there and stay in there for an hour, 2, and they'd be gone again for maybe 6 to 8, 10 hours. And then after about 3 days, they stopped. And that's when I realized I had the tapeworm. Actually had the tapeworm. Never had constipation since. And I never bled again. And all that scar tissue in my rectum is almost gone. So that's how I got the tapeworm. I usually don't give that information out to anyone. Because it was a traumatic thing to do.
Well, that
to go
makes you
through those
a
hives.
cheater, doesn't it?
Pardon?
I said it kind of makes you a cheater, doesn't it?
What?
If you use process.
Yeah, but that was just a small amount. That was just to get it going.
So the hives were because of the maca root? Or
The
because
maca
of
root and the everything fermented high sugar reaction. Maca is very concentrated in sugars. It's a root, like carrots.
So you did that to induce the tapeworm?
Yes, I wanted to create a tapeworm.
And then that gave you hives.
Well, the detoxification process.
The sugar's coming out.
Right.
Yeah.
But then after that, you still had the tapeworm.
Then after that, I found I had the tapeworm. 3 days after that was over,
Right.
I had the tapeworm. Because I saw one little noodle floating in the toilet.
Right.
And realized it was a section of the tapeworm.
And you kept the tapeworm.
Not that one. Well, inside I still had the tapeworm. That was just one
Right.
little section of the tapeworm. You know, one little body of it.
And you decided to have the tapeworm to help you heal your...
That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to, because ever since I had the epigotomy,
Right.
well, ever since I was an infant, I think it was all the tetanus shots and the other the shots that damaged my intestines to the point where I was always constipated. I mean, when you only go to the toilet once every 2 to 5 days, sometimes 7 days would go by without a bowel movement. And then when I would have one, it would be a gigantic amount and tear my rectum and I would bleed, sometimes a half a cup. But I was autistic, so I never told anybody. So I lived with it. Can you imagine what they would have done? They would have cut my colon out. They would have done all kinds of things if they had seen, you know, half a cup of blood in the toilet. So. But then when I started eating the primal diet, I know that green cabbage juice prevented and stopped bleeding. So I drank cabbage juice every week to reduce any kind. I still bled because it tore, but I was only losing a teaspoon to a tablespoon per bowel movement after that. But still, I was bleeding. Now I don't tear and I don't bleed it. And the tapeworm did that for me. So I like the guy, or girl, or it's both sexes. Tapeworms are both sexes.
You didn't know about 1-800-GO-TAPEWORM, huh?
Do they have that now?
Just get it right in the mail.
No kidding.
Suck it down.
Well, I know you can do that with trichinosis, the whipworm, but I didn't know you could do that with tapeworm.
Just kidding.
Oh, you can. But you can with trichinosis. You can buy it from Germany.
They grow, pharmaceutical grade trichinosis. You can order. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
How do you take that? You just eat it?
Yeah, they consume it. You can inject it. There's a variety you can inject.
How's your digestion? Cooking there? No, I see.
Oh, well, I think with less fat and maybe,
Are you back to being more constipated?
yeah, and I don't eat meat every day anymore, as I'm eating more nuts, and I don't digest all that well. So my digestion is
Didn't you have like bloody stomach?
oh yeah.
And like you didn't poop for days and stuff.
Right, no, I'm pretty regular.
Pretty regular now.
Yeah. Just gassy.
Can't digest those nuts.
No.
There's something about mac nuts though, like
Better.
they taste really good, and I almost crave them sometimes. But I still can't eat more than 3 or 4, at once.
But that's the starch. Sometimes we need a starch.
That's
That's why I have the nut formula.
Now you say that dates and butter, right? I'd like to put a half a mac nut on the dates and butter. It's like a treat.
Doesn't give you gas?
Not if I don't
if you
eat
get the
one.
green ones, if you get when they're just falling, they're more like kind of like cocoa. They have much more higher water content.
I see you don't
So
have
they're
food.
not
Would you like that?
dehydrated, It's like
Sure.
they're easier.
That's what I do.
I have plenty.
With a fresh, my son.
Okay, so fats. Let's go into more of those. There's lots of fats. Now, when you have a pressed oil, like I said, 90% of it is solvent reactive, so your body will use it for heavy detoxification to make virus. I'll explain what virus are later. So, cream, like I said, is very difficult to digest, but it's the only fat that will completely feed and nurture the brain and nervous system. However, the amount that's in milk is often not enough in our toxic systems and environment. So you need a little extra cream, but only a little extra. A couple ounces a day, 4 tablespoons extra other than what's in your milk. If you're not drinking milk, then you want maybe 6 to 8 tablespoons of cream to feed the brain and nervous system. Butter is your most valuable fat. It can even be used to feed the brain and the nervous system, but not completely. There's 1/3 of the cholesterols that are missing that the brain can use when the body makes the cholesterols with butter. And now when you eat cream, the liver has to form 60 varieties of bile to make the 60 varieties of cholesterol. And 1/3 of them are unnecessary when you eat butter. However, you're missing that 1/3 that feeds the brain and the nervous system fully. But butter will feed every other tissue in the body. Every tissue. So since the brain and the nervous system is a relatively small part of the body, you need a lot more butter than cream. Now, I mentioned cheese being a fat and a protein. Once you've dehydrated any food, it lacks active enzyme. So you're not going to digest cheese if you're having raw, no-salt cheese. It will go into your body, it will collect poisons, and you will defecate it out of your body without digesting any more than maybe 2% of it and utilizing 2%. That's a good thing, because then it's a tool to remove toxicity from the stomach and intestines. Now, what I found in my autopsies with the 32 cadavers that I got to play with, that the stomach lining was the most toxic part of the body, even next to the brain. And every brain was severely contaminated. One woman who was a house cleaner had Windex galore in her brain and liver. 2 places to store brain and liver. I mean brain and stomach lining. Brain and stomach lining. And most people that, in fact all 32 stomachs, had all the residues of vaccines. Liquid mercury, aluminum, formaldehyde. And I found how I can identify those in the irises. It's in the pupil relates to the stomach. So I've seen a green cast in the pupil from my photograph. I know that there's high industrial solvents in the stomach lining. So in the last 5 years, it takes me a while to figure out some of these things. And this took me a while, because I did most of the cadaver stuff in the late 80s and early 90s, and mostly in the late 80s. And I had a friend who had a forensic mortuary where people would go to have their bodies tested. And some people were donated, and I got to help on the autopsies, and I got to take the tissue I want and have it tested and sampled. I had to pay for it, the tests that I wanted done, but I didn't have to pay for the laboratory and the autopsies themselves. And they all had those residues and byproducts of vaccines in their stomach lining. So I thought, what can I do to draw it out? There's clay, but that can cause some difficulty if you don't have the proper clay. A lot of people will use volcanic ash clay, which means that it's full of toxic metals. Not a good thing to eat. Maybe a good thing to bathe in, but not to eat. So that was out. So I finally found the clay, which is mined from a old thermal bed that dried up. So, it means hot springs that came up and created a lot of mineral solutions in clay. So that's where I get it now, which is called Terramin clay, Terramin. And that's helpful in doing that. And then I thought, okay, when I was analyzing cheese years and years ago and how much would come out in the fecal matter, because I was testing all dried foods, dehydrated food. All dehydrated food is not digestible unless it's highly processed at a high heat. So they just pass through the body. I don't care if they're raisins or whatever. You'll get the sugar out of them, you're not going to get protein, you're not going to get the fats, you're going to get high sugar content, and that's all you're going to digest. So I was wondering about the cheese, what the cheese did. So when I analyzed the cheese, I found that it had concentrations of toxins in it, and 98% of it passed out when it was raw, no salt cheese. When it was salted raw cheese, the body reabsorbed it, and only about 50 to 60% of it discarded in the fecal matter. So 40% of it was digested. 40 to 50% of it was digested. And when I tried pasteurized cheese, like 60 to 90% of it digested. That means that it's toxic already because it's processed, plus it absorbs the poisons, and then the body redigests the poisons. So I figured that if you eat the raw no-salt cheese, then it would pull a lot of the poisons out of the stomach lining and intestines. So you get a train of it going through. You start the morning with a large amount, like 1 to 2 tablespoons. Then every hour to every 15 minutes, I have some people that are so toxic, like construction workers, I have them eating a little sugar cube sized amount, which is a half a teaspoon, every 15 minutes. So they have a pouch, like they have their tools and all kinds, they have a pouch for their cheese. And they keep it in a glass 2-cup jar, and they cut it all up for the day and put it in there, and they have their watch go off. 15 minutes they're popping it. It only takes 3-5 seconds to do it.
What kind of cheese?
It doesn't matter as long as it's raw, no salt cheese. Some people even use drier cottage cheese as that element. But it goes in and pulls the poisons out and dumps out the feces. So I did it with myself for about 2 years, and certainly it worked. Clearing up in my stomach lining and my irises and the intestines worked. So then 3 years ago, that was 5 years ago, and 3 years ago I started trying it with about 30 patients. Probably 23 have survived in this test. I mean, they continue to do it. Some people just didn't want to do it that frequently, you know. Those people I gave it to them to do once every 30 minutes. Those that complained, I cut it to once every hour. And those that complained, I said, screw you. If you can't do it once an hour, a little bitty piece of cheese, then, you know, you don't belong in the project. But all of them, during the whole process, the changes in the coloration in their intestines and stomach was marked. So I've been continuing that now, and the results are astounding. As many people as I tell it now, I tell everybody, cheese and hot baths, cheese and hot baths. With the diet, cheese and hot baths will move you through the detoxification and healing process so much faster. Because 70% of our present diseases come from vaccines. Because you've got all those toxins in it, you've got the mercury, which is the most toxic neurotoxin in our whole planet, you know, to all animals. What are they doing, injecting it into us? It's absurd, it's terrible, it's awful. Plus all these other known toxins. So of course the body's going to store them in the most resilient tissue. Remember I said the stomach, its job is to manufacture hydrochloric acid. Hydrochloric acid will dissolve everything but stomach linings and hair. It can dissolve bone, but it doesn't dissolve itself. So it's very resilient. So if you take the cheese and have a train of it going through all day long in your waking hours, you're going to be pulling that out every minute of every day. of your waking hours. And it's astounding what it can do. I had people in wheelchairs going to walking. And I had this one woman in Chicago. Her wrists were this big, her knuckles were big all over, her knees were this big, ankles and feet, and elbows and shoulders. And she couldn't even play cards anymore. She couldn't feed herself. Husband had to do everything. She's been getting better every year. And the more she does her hot baths, the better she does. She walked for me last week. Walked for me. Walked on her own. Got up out of the wheelchair and walked on her own without even a cane. All of her knees, all the joints are normal. She just has a little swelling on this knee. She's back to playing cards with all of her friends. And when she started this diet, she hadn't been able to play cards with her friends in 3 years because she couldn't handle the cards. Couldn't hold them, couldn't deal, couldn't do anything. So she's been on the diet about 3 years now, 3.5 years. And she's back to playing cards with her friends. Her friends all told her, "Oh my God, that's a dangerous diet. Oh, don't do that diet. You'll be dead. You'll be not only crippled, dead." And she said, "But it makes me feel good." Now she's playing cards with them and they don't have that story anymore. So, it's marvelous. So she takes a hot bath every day, 60 minutes. I'm talking her into doing it 90 minutes a day now. I wanted to stay in 90 minutes. And she should be running to me next year. And she takes the cheese every 30 minutes.
With honey or with?
No, you don't want it with honey, because then you'll redigest the cheese and all the poisons with the
But I
cheese.
thought you were supposed to take cheese and honey together.
That's when you want to digest and get a mineral supplement. But you have to do it at a certain time of the day in a certain fashion. So as your mineral supplementation, you can, like after a meat meal, 35 minutes after a meat meal, you have a little piece of cheese to absorb the poisons. Then 10 minutes out later, you eat your meat, you eat everything. You eat cheese 10 minutes before everything, and then after everything, you wait 30 minutes to 45 minutes to an hour, and then you have another piece of cheese, depending upon how toxic your stomach is.
With honey.
No. not
Oh,
honey.
okay. All right.
However, 35 minutes after a meat meal, I suggest people 30 minutes after they have a piece of cheese, 10 minutes after that, 35 minutes after they have to finish their meat meal. They have the cheese, then they have the cheese and the honey together. So you have like 2 to 3 tablespoons, like he would have 3 tablespoons, you might have 1.5 for your size. And then you have a third to a 12th of the honey of that. So let's say it's a third. If you had 1.5 tablespoons of cheese, you'd have 1.5 teaspoons of honey. After you do it for a while, you need less and less honey. So right now, if I eat 3 tablespoons of cheese after a meat meal, I will only have 1 teaspoon of honey with it. And that's all I need to digest that cheese. Now, honey is not a high sugar product as long as it hasn't been heated above 93 degrees. When the bee goes and collects the nectar, it swallows it. It doesn't pack it anywhere. That's only bee pollen. And what's that other stuff called? The tree sap? Pardon?
Nectar.
Propolis. So propolis, they'll pack that on their legs. Then they get back, they're pre-digested the whole time they're collecting bee pollen and taking in other nectar. And then they get back to the hive and they vomit. That's honey. Transferred it from nectar to pre-digested. It's like yogurt. It's pre-digested honey, but in that conversion, they have an insulin-like substance that they produce in their stomachs, like we do for high sugar, and it converts it from sugar into enzymes for digesting protein and fats, mainly proteins. So it helps digestion of fats and proteins. So you eat the honey with the cheese, you'll digest enough of the proteins to digest the fats properly to bind with all the poisons, but you will not digest it in a way that will rebuild your body like milk will. You will digest the minerals, the fats in it will be digested so that you can utilize the minerals in concentration. That kind of therapy rebuilds bones if anybody has osteoporosis. Like within 2 years you can reverse it. If you're eating the cheese frequently to remove, without honey, to remove the toxins, plus 2 times a day you're having honey and cheese together after you've had a little bit of cheese to absorb the poisons first. Especially it's after a meat meal with high proteins. So it stabilizes the bones and rebuilds bones pretty quickly. Everybody need a break?
I gotta go.
Okay. Let's take a break.
All this talk of urine. Defecating.
What?
So,
You run around the yard.
yeah, I'm grateful for this.
Oh, good.
I'll come for a consult.
Well, you know, once you know this information, you can change your whole life. And it's amazing.
I've tried everything else. And nutritional console.
All they do is put you with vitamin supplements and
I've been taking this stuff called Zymogen. There's a lot of glutamine, pea protein.
how do you think all that stuff is processed is full of kerosene? Or is it hexane, which is gasoline?
Yeah, so this will save me money.
Yep. A lot of money.
I'm thankful. I've tried everything else, and I've been like raw food vegan for years. I keep having asthma relapses. The only thing that's cleared me up is water fasting.
Yeah, but that dissolves the body. It stops the detoxification to the lungs. You stop the detoxification from the lungs just by getting in a hot bath. Throw it out the skin instead of the lungs.
Yeah, I'm lucky I have a bathtub here. Yeah, it's not good. It's it.
But you know, since you can do it outdoors here so nicely, even in the rain, you know, it doesn't get that cold here. Hook a hot tub heater to it and filter. Well, you don't need a filter here. And just keep the temperature the same temperature so you're not heating the water, getting cool, heating and getting cool. To keep a constant filtration, like you have a hot tub or a tub, and you put the water out one point, like at the bottom, and it goes in at an upper point, so it's going in and out.
That I have to figure out, but I have a bathtub, so I'll start with that.
Do you have it outside or inside?
Inside.
Okay, we'll get one outside. That's what he did. But he needs to hook it up to where he has a constant heating process, you know, where the water's going in and out, so it stays at a same temperature, which he hasn't done. And that works the best. When you keep that bath at that same temperature, like 105 degrees, perfect.
So are we to eat fruit at all, or not necessarily?
We're going to get into this. Don't jump ahead. Talk about all that.
Well, what do you suggest? I have a really hard time. I mean, eating raw meat and raw fish. I mean, I can do everything. I can eat everything except
What's
I don't
your
know
age?
if it's psychological, you know.
What's your age?
61.
Usually at 61, I've found that some women can live entirely on raw milk products and eggs.
Okay.
I have about 8 women over the age of 60 that are able to do it. Most people can't, but you might be able to be those ones who can.
Well, I'm coming for consult tomorrow, so we'll see what we can. Yeah, I mean, I have a salad every day, but I have avocado. You know, I'll do the raw cheese, the raw egg, the milk. I mean, everything. Except I just have a really hard time with, you know, like I said, I don't know if it's psychological, but
Well, it may be your taste too, it may be anorexic.
So where are you getting the cheese from?
So, what you have to do is make a sauce and have it with your
Actually,
meat.
we get it from Wisconsin.
because I mean, I've had some of these, you know, raw dishes.
No salt? Yeah, that's all.
someone had made me, like, with the raw meat, and what they do, they put a little bit of
I used
cheese
to
on
have
it, chorizo on
Amish
top
make
of
me
it.
raw goat
And that
goat
went down
cheese.
pretty good, but just to sit, like, chita in the
Mail
morning,
it to me.
he has
I
this
can still do that.
and to eat a whole bowl of meat, it's just, it's like, oh my God.
Well, we've been doing it for a while.
I know it, I
So
know.
it's
And I
no
keep,
big
I keep
deal.
telling him, eventually, it may come, and he says he's got some women that are over 60 that can just do the milk and the eggs, and they're fine.
You eat raw hamburger?
I can't. My sister used to be able to, but
Man,
I
I,
just
I
can't
love
do
it. It's like, but just like an ounce.
Well, you just got some hamburger, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe tomorrow I can put some.
Did you try any of that hamburger?
Oh, we got it yesterday at our Kalana Foods.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
They cut us
Yeah,
off.
he gave
of the-
me big chunks.
What's
I
that?
mean, he didn't give me ground.
Well, we used to just get 10 pounds of sirloin trim.
Yeah, you told me about that story.
Yeah, so
No
they
longer get it, yeah.
they cut us off on that, so we're working it out with in other ways.
You just go to KTA and get
Well, we go right to the slaughterhouse.
yeah, I can just go into Kalana, I was getting beef and making broth, salad fellows, broth lips. I don't like it.
No, it doesn't work well either.
So I got frozen broth in the freezer.
Well, we know what freezing does now.
Hey, thank you. Makes sense.
Well, look at Sally, she and I were together, in the circuit, lecture circuit, nutritional lecture circuit, as early as 1997. And she looked pretty good then. Doesn't look good anymore.
You're
The diet
right.
isn't sustainable.
They're running to Victoria's.
He's terrible.
I was living in this
Oh my
place
God,
in
he was the
Arkansas.
skinniest, sickest, grayest looking person
He's
I've
going
ever
blind.
met. Yeah,
Going blind now.
yeah,
He's been going blind for a while.
yeah, for a while, about 15 years.
Yeah, they see him driving to get off the road. Arkansas.
That's some amazing denial.
Oh, absolutely.
That's the main disease, denial.
Yeah, that's a pretty serious one.
So I was seriously growing wheatgrass and all that stuff.
Yeah. That's not a good thing. Because that turns alkaline in the intestines and acidic in the blood. Not a good thing.
I do like vegetable juice.
Well, if you stop eating cooked foods, you won't like so much vegetable juice. Since you've been a long-term vegetarian. By long-term vegetarians, I tell them only they have vegetable juice once daily. So they're already low in intestinal bacteria.
Yeah, it's like I had to cut out fruit. I was getting so much gas and blood. Cut out all sugar, all fruit. I feel somewhat better.
We have an acidic digestive tract. If you alkalinize it, it'll start getting gas. You cold sweaty?
Oh, yeah. Well, we jumped in the pond.
Oh, you did?
Just now?
Your hair's not wet. What do you mean?
I tied it up. Kind of did a shallow dive. I don't want to get it all wet.
I'll do that later.
Well, we can figure out a way to, waking up a bit.
Ah, yeah.
Sitting around just trying to sleep. The part is scary.
This friend of mine has a spring on his property up the Hamakua coast, and water's coming out of this rock and it makes like a little lagoon, and you have to wade through the lagoon to collect the water. And when that hits your skin, it's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable.
Well,
The water's like food.
Lee's water is incredible. He's got all this stuff growing in it. And I put that in the bathtub. It made it pretty hot. I started with 110 degrees, got it down to 105 because it keeps that tub that way. I mean, it was like a fountain of youth.
I know. He keeps saying he thinks his water is better than mine because it's all.
I mean, look what it did to my skin.
His skin looks really good. I was
Yeah.
observing that earlier.
So that was your number.
I mean, my skin's pretty good anyway because I eat all the butter. But my hands have been kind of dry since I got some shots. And boy, it just smoothed them out.
Yeah,
Happy
it's
about
getting
it.
there. I have this condition that only is on this hand, and it turns all dry, and then it cracks and split. My skin feels weird, and it's actually getting better. I've been really put on it.
Yes.
Being relieved and
It's a form of
getting there.
psoriasis.
Yeah, I can achieve.
How about sour cream?
Sour cream's fabulous.
Because that's what we get from Wisconsin, I guess.
Yeah, they don't.
I love sour.
Compared to cream.
I eat more sour cream than I do fresh cream.
A lot more digestible.
So kind of get
Pre-digested.
that too. So
Yeah.
that's sour. It gets extra sour if you want.
I call like, I know somebody in Holmes County, to make me coach,
But we usually do local,
talking about,
or we do.
So what's a good way to deal with bad breath?
so what
Halitosis?
you mostly like,
Well, bad breath, it depends on what it's from. My bad breath is constant because I had the vagotomy. That bacteria and acids are coming up into my mouth instead of out of my stomach. So I will have halitosis forever. But with it, usually if you just take a piece of pineapple and run it around in your mouth after you eat the meat, especially if you're eating high meat, it'll break down those odors.
What about coming out of the lungs?
Well, if it's coming out of the lungs, it's coming out of your stomach or somewhere in your body, breaking down the toxins. It's not the meat that you're eating.
What if you're not eating meat?
Well, it's still the same thing. Your body's breaking down somewhere and discarding toxins out the lungs instead of through the skin. So hot baths, cheese, all of that will help. You found your fridge?
That's a pretty level to check.
Tomatoes are okay. Not like a lot of tomatoes, but you don't want to do like sour.
Are you learning well? Are you learning?
so this isn't a potluck.
Well, there's milk there, there's eggs.
There's a pond.
She's tough. She's a tough
There's
one.
mosquitoes
She's like-
outside.
She's like a sipper. You know?
Well, I'm a sipper too.
I mean, like-
She's a sip often.
I should have said that with one sip and that's it. You know, hard to get it. You almost have to force it on me.
That's true.
Remember I told you when I was sharing my news and stuff with her?
No, I know.
I didn't really
It's
get
true.
it.
If that's her perception.
He's
Like the opposite
super
for
polite, you know,
really
like-
skinny.
I had to talk to him
Finally
to say
decided
it.
that we had to make
She
it.
didn't have the money and it was okay. Just
Yeah.
do whatever. And she still didn't want to
He's like,
stay.
why did I think of
And then
that?
it took getting straight with teeth and massage to stay.
That works.
I mean, I do know that. I mean, it's
Yes, feel. Certainly.
Never tried though, did you?
I think I have.
Huh?
It's rare.
Try what?
An entire
So-
food by myself.
Oh, yeah, I
You
remember.
gotta listen to ourselves.
But it digested fine, didn't
Oh,
it?
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
We
mean.
just made
Yeah.
it eat it. See what's happening.
Well, lots of women are not used to being eating a lot, right?
Well, they won't want to be skinny.
Yeah, we all want to
If you all-
keep this figure. That's the thing. It's
Not
hard
a
to
good
go
thing
back.
though.
It's hard to
It's
go back.
toxic, you need to get fat for a while.
In most areas of the world, you consider that healthy.
Yeah.
Outside of America.
100 years ago, if
Really?
you were skinny, you would be considered a bad mother, bad risk. making it through the winter. And they didn't have central air and central heating. You know, you had to bear it through winters and heat without all those luxuries. So you needed a woman who was fat to child bear and then get through winters too.
Keep you warm at night.
That's why a voluptuous woman was up until Marilyn Monroe. And then Twiggy came in. Never then. Everybody wanted to be squint. She's got a cute face, like a taxi driver. I dated her once. The taxi driver told her, he looked in the mirror, looked at her, and he said, you got a cute face, honey, but you ain't no Marilyn Monroe. She tells that story, it's very funny, she likes it. But she's not beautiful, she doesn't have a beautiful body. I don't know why people think that skinny body is beautiful. Twiggy. She's a basket case. I took her to the Academy, to Avco Cinema at the Bird of Butterflies or pre-opening, the first multiple-plex theater in the United States, Avco Cinema. And I was doing a favor for my publicity agent at the time, from MGM, and she was doing a picture for them called Tommy Tap or something like that. So he asked me to take her to this opening. And we went to the opening, and the theater was supposed to be finished, but it only finished the main theater and there were two side theaters. And I was very sick at the time still, so I didn't want to go out to the paparazzi and have a little light flashing and get a headache. So I said, let's go out the back way, have the limo meet us on the side.
Okay.
So Dory Freeman went out and told the limo to come around to the side. So we walk out of the theater after everybody's almost cleared out that way. We go out the back, right near the screen. And I saw all of this construction stuff in the hallway back there. Nothing was finished, everything was a mess. And I said, oh, don't let that door close in case we're locked in.
Okay, so I'm like 10 minutes or so.
Twiggy went nuts. That suggestion just overpowered her whole brain. And she just went screaming and screaming. Justin, her manager, was with us. So I shook her and he slapped her.
Oh my gosh.
Really, to stop her. We couldn't stop her. We tried for 3 minutes to talk her out of it. It was just like she was hysterical, and that's the problem with skinny. You're not that skinny. She's ultra skinny. Pardon? Yes, you are. You're thin.
She was thin.
Well, you're not skinny. You're thin.
Yeah.
Twiggy was skinny. Twiggy was skinny. Very skinny. And I've noticed that with skinny men and skinny women. They don't have anything to buffer the information going to the brain. No fat. So everything's extreme and exaggerated. So, you remember how you were when you were skinny? No?
Yeah, I was more anxious.
Yep.
Yeah. My mom is on the thin side, and she can be really anxious.
So you're fat now?
Well, you're not fat. You're slim. You're not skinny. You're slim. You barely have enough fat.
Barely.
We'll fix that.
I'm hoping. Not for my sake, for hers. And please, drink this milk. I've got more milk there than eggs.
I did.
Okay.
You've had your sip.
Okay, back into fats. We were just talking about the cheese, the benefits of cheese. A great process. Now, other dairy is the only thing that can be used medicinally in so many ways. Let's say you aren't digesting, you come off of a vegetarian diet, you're highly over-alkaline. You've destroyed all the acidic bacteria in your body because you've been a long vegetarian. To help propagate that, you can have cultured milk, kefirs, and yogurts. Now, those bacteria will not create the bacteria that you need to digest milk properly. It will be a milk bacteria that's natural to the milk to help digest itself. Or you're getting a grain, a starter from a cow's stomach or intestine that's used to start the milk to pre-digest it. Still is not like yours. But since it's pre-digested, you've got a lot of bacterial waste in there, which will be your waste easily. So people can recover quicker. So once they get a stronger intestine and feel better, the best way to make your kefir and yogurt is to with your own saliva, because that's the bacteria where it starts, like a baby sucking on a nipple. Draws all the bacteria into it, and then the digestion is better. You notice when a child starts drinking from a cup, they have more gas if they're drinking raw milk. They have more gas if they're drinking pasteurized milk. It doesn't matter whether they're sucking on it or they're drinking it out of the cup. They're always going to have gas and some problems. But on a raw diet, when you're eating raw milk, if they're drinking, it's when they start drinking from a cup, they don't digest as well. They don't get as many nutrients from the milk. So that's when they stop sucking. So if you can encourage them to keep sucking while they have their milk, no matter, like I suck through my mouth and my teeth and tongue to draw the bacteria out of the salivary glands.
How do you make kefir?
Well, you just spit into like a teaspoon of expectoration, and then put it in your milk and stir it and let it sit at room temperature.
I put some milk in my mouth and just spit it back in.
Yeah, you can do that too. That's another way. And then you have the perfect digestible milk for you. In like 2 days, it's thick like that without the honey. And sometimes it's even thicker, like yogurt. Of course, if you shake it, it's not going to be like yogurt and stay firm, because you have to cook the milk to do that. You have to get it up to at least 112 degrees, and you have to cause the fat to swell. So what happens when you cook fats, they swell from 5 to 50 times their normal size. It's like you take flat back, like pork rind, and you cook it in oil, and it gets about this big, and it's nice and crispy. Those fat molecules have, 50 times their normal size. When you cook fat, that's what happens. I'm very fat, but I don't look it. I'm now 19% body fat. When I left yesterday, I was 19% body fat. Now most people that looks like they're my size and my shape, they're like 10, 11% body fat, or even less. But because fat molecules, when they're small, especially animal ones, are very tiny, I can put a lot of fat on without looking like it. When you cook it, it swells. When you're eating vegetables, even if you ferment them, that fat molecule is swelling, because it takes an herbivore to digest it and break it down to a smaller molecule. But they need a larger molecule than animals, than non-vegetarian animals or herbivores, non-herbivores. So I can be very fat without looking it. I go from 160 pounds at my lowest up to 190 pounds. And I'm only 5'7"3/4. And I'm a little taller. I stopped growing at 18 years old, and I was 5'7" 3/4. And I go about once every 2 years to this life screening, where they use ultrasound, to check, the arterial walls and stuff like that. Just to prove to people that I'm not building plaque from all this butter and this cream and all this meat fat that I'm eating. I have no congestion at all. It's free and clear. And I have them check my bone density with ultrasound. Everything with ultrasound, no x-ray. And when I go there, I get a clean bill of health every time. Every time. And that's pretty nice.
How do you measure your body fat percentage?
Well, you have scales which can get you within 1%. To get an exact measurement, you have to get into like a swimming pool with certain electrodes attached to you, and then you can get the exact measurement, even by gram of fat in your body. But when you use those scales, you have to turn one. You have to, program your size, your height, and your age into it. And that can figure out within about 1% of body fat. So scales are not all over the place. I ordered mine off the internet. So it tells you different things. They can tell you different things. Mine tells you about 3 different things. And that tells me what, it said I was 19% body fat, so I subtracted a percentage, the 17. I think it's always telling you a little bit more than you are. So I was 18 and I was 19 and a half, so I'm about 18 and a half body fat. Now when I was on the diet at first, I would stay up to 27-30% body fat because I was so sickly now, attached with the toxins, so I'd have less symptoms. People who are very thin, who go through detoxifications, have no fat to protect their cells and buffer it, so the poisons run right into the cells and cause damage, and also cause symptoms, nausea, vomit, pain, and dissolution of the body, like your spine and your scoliosis and signs of osteoporosis. So that's what happens when you have no fat. When you have a lot of fat on the body, those poisons go into the fat and you're protected. You have less symptoms, you have more energy, you don't look as good according to, in our society, the magazines, but you could lose 20 pounds and you'd still look great. You could use 50 pounds and still look good.
I used to get like 0 reading on the fat on those fat scales.
0, absolutely.
It wouldn't even it was like under 4% or something.
Yeah,
at one point.
Yeah. I can see it. You have that little fat on your body.
And now I'm fat in relation to where
that.
it was.
Wow.
But when you hit 10%, there's no way you can have a good stable health, stable body. You cannot be in the homeostasis. It takes getting up to about 13 to 15% body weight. I like to be fatter, but when I go to Thailand, Asia, I don't have as much access, and plus I'm climbing mountains, I'm riding horses, I'm moving cows, and doing all kinds of things, swimming every day in my dirty water, drinking it. That's the only water I drink. And it's great, so I exercise when I get there. And, I lose weight. And I get down to about 160, 165 pounds, and I get here, pump it back up to 190. So I go from I've gone from as little as a 29.5-inch waist to a 37. When I got back from Asia, I had a 30-inch waist, and now I'm up to a 34 on it.
And from what I read in your book, that's supposed to be good, right? Like
Absolutely, yeah.
Gain it, lose it.
Well, I said that because people are so paranoid that they will lose fat, especially women. So I said, prove to yourself, that's what I'm saying there by saying, gain the weight, keep it for 5-6 months, and then take a few months to take it off. So, at a 6-month cycle on the gaining, and then maybe a 3-month cycle on the taking off. So it's a 9-month cycle altogether. Then I'll prove to you that you can lose the fat and you won't worry about it. But I say to people, go about your life fat. Very fat.
You get fat enough.
And then when your body decides to go into a cold or flu and detoxify all that stuff, that your body has used that fat combined with those poisons, it's time to take it off, let your body do it. However, if you want to do it every day a little bit to help your body do it, then you do the hot baths. You also eat the cheese. Speeds things up tremendously. I've watched people do 3 to 5 times more detoxification and healing with eating this diet and having the cheese and the hot bath. 3 to 5 times faster. It's amazing. And we have to deal with all those poisons coming from the stomach and intestines.
This is new information, huh?
Pardon?
I didn't hear this.
No, I experimented with things, so I'm surprised. And all my other places, people will come every time to hear the new stuff because it makes it easier for them.
Yeah. People here are cheap.
Pardon?
People here don't want to spend any money.
Yeah, but you have to understand, $95 is nothing
I understand
for
that.
your health. They go out and spend $95, on a bunch of silly kerosene-filled supplements that will do nothing but poison. They get high not because of the vitamin supplements or the nutrients. They get high because the kerosene is a poison, and the body stimulates or produces adrenaline to counteract it. Because all of your hormones are 60 to 80% fat, and they bind with poisons very easily and very well. So your body's using these hormones, all these hormones, to deal with toxicity and poisoning. That's not a natural high, but a lot of people take it as, oh, these vitamins make me feel great, but yet they're not getting any healthier. Look at all these, it's that famous guy he and his wife are all into vitamins and supplements. He is the most sucked out, dry person. He and his wife, they're just dry and all sucked up and gray, like I was after these shots. Gray, literally gray skin. Like he's had all the metals in the world shaved and he's eaten. It's not healthy. Damn, I can't remember his name. One of those days when I can't remember names. That used to be all the time. I couldn't remember a name if I wanted to. I have to go through the alphabet, but I'm not going to do it. Okay, so let's see. What other fats can we talk about? Now, avocado is a good fruit. It's 80% fat, about 15% protein, and about 2 or 3% carb. So it doesn't digest as well as like coconut, which is exactly 80% fats, 15% protein, and 5% carbs. So coconut digests a little bit better than avocado. Also, when you eat avocado, it will never stabilize the body. The body will either use it for detoxification or it will use it for fuel as the energy. The fat utilizes the energy process. That's my exercise. Sorry, my mouth. So, eating avocado with tomato, with honey, with meat, with cheese, all those things are okay. But if you're going to eat like avocado with cheese, maybe have tomato with it or a fruit to help digest it and utilize it better. I prefer not using avocado unless I have no other fat. But it is good fat, and it's not a bad fat. It won't cause you problems. But I find it doesn't give me all the energy and clarity that I like when I do have it. And it has a tendency to cause me to detoxify more. So I have to make sure I'm getting my baths when I do that. But I will have it when I don't have access to butter and cream or enough milk. Now the coconut and all fats, like in milk, cream, and avocado, 80% fat that it is, and in the, what else? Well, even in your vegetables, oil is only 7% of the fats that are in cream, avocado, coconut. Is only 7% oil, only 7% oil soluble. So 93% of that fat is water soluble fats. Nobody talks about water soluble fats. They are the main fat that gives you strength and makes your skin wonderful and clean and stable. Water soluble fats. They are more important than the oil-soluble fats overall. Oil-soluble fats, there are 7% of those foods, are very important for the particular animals that need to eat those things. Like an herbivore needs that 7% fat, but yet all of the other fat in the oils, all the other fat is 93% water-soluble fats. Like when you make a vegetable juice, 93% of that fat will be water-soluble fats. You will have to ferment that vegetable juice to get the oils to separate. And when they separate, you'll see it's only 7% of any fat that's in that food. So even though that is a primary product that we need, it is not the main fat that we need. So all this stuff about omega-6s and omega-3s and all that crap is absolute horseshit. You know, we need more of the water-soluble fats. And the only reason you need more 3 and more 6, or less 6 and more 3, is because you're eating cooked foods. You need more of every nutrient when you're cooking your food because you've destroyed the nutrients. Of course, you have to make up for that and have more nutrients some way. Supplements isn't the way because you're always getting kerosene with it. Like I said before, would you soak your food for 22 hours in kerosene, rinse it off for 2 minutes, and eat it? I don't see any hands. That's what you're doing when you're having all these oils. Only oil out there that you're going to get that isn't processed with chemicals is the Green Pastures cod liver oil. I worked with them for 2 years to create a fermentation process. But the oil is stinky, the oil burns your throat, it's highly acidic, and that's exactly as it should be. And of course you're going to get a higher dose of vitamin D in it. But unless you're eating cooked foods, you don't need all that extra vitamin D. You got plenty of vitamin D in butter, in your milk, and your meat. Meat is full of vitamin D. Milk is full of vitamin D if they're grass-fed animals. And eggs are full of vitamin D. All of the foods on the primal diet are very high in D and all the fats that you need. Only to be cooked do you need so much more fats of these particular quality. It isn't those particular quality, it's any fat that's processed. You need all of those fats. Of course, when they extract them and they process foods, you're going to create an imbalance of all the fats. Because when they process, they go in and look for the fats that have a tendency to turn rancid or those that have a tendency to mold easily when subjected to fluids. Because that means a lower shelf life. So they'll purposely pull out those particular nutrients. Like milk, you go and get Newton milk, regular old shelf milk that's not organic, Horizon. Horizon's bad too, they do all kinds of processing, and they call it organic milk, and it's bullshit. The FDA gave everybody a license of 15%. You can do 15% bad things and you still call it organic. You know, 20 years ago you could do 2.5%, then it went to 5%, then it went to 7.5%, then it went to 12%, now it's up to 15%. You know, and the USDA isn't protecting us, and the FDA is not protecting us. They're annihilating. So when you have a supplement or a toxic diet, you're always going to need more everything because it is your food is denatured when it's processed and cooked. Cooking is a process which denatures your food and your health. Okay, any other fats that I haven't gone over? So I suggest that everybody not eat more than, if they want to detoxify with an oil, like olive oil or coconut oil that's truly separated, then have no more than 1 tablespoon a day. Otherwise you're going to go into heavy detox. And that's not a way to do it. You know, unless you're going to be thorough and taking 90-minute baths that day, you're going to have 3-4 tablespoons. You better make sure you're going to get that stuff out of the skin, because if it starts settling in that skin and you start having rashes and psoriasis and you have your hands cracked, that's what happens. Oils are not good, and vegetarians are constantly using oils. And my vegetarian clients, you know, that were long-term vegetarians, I'm talking 10 to 17, 18 years, even 20-some years, that's my highest clientele of cancer patients. Over 50% of my cancer patients are long-term vegetarians. It's not a good thing. Also, the highest rate of psoriasis are long-term vegetarians. So, like, you've been long-term vegetarians, your hands cracked.
My whole life.
Right. Yeah, your whole life.
4 months.
Yeah.
We ate some fish, but
Not enough.
no meat, no shell.
So that's what garners out of eating foods that aren't meant for our digestive tract. So if you keep everything, you know, if you're eating live food, you're going to have the nutrients in it if it's the proper food for you to digest. You don't have to go for some kerosene inundated supplement that's just going to give you a false high. It's not the way to do it. Of course, everybody has their own choice, and some people have to choose to suffer to learn. I certainly did. So I don't begrudge anybody that wants disease and doesn't want to do the diet. I've had people, before my book was out, I had people come to me and, you know, didn't know what the diet was all about, and I'd have to give them a seminar like this, and I would get 30 people in a seminar before I'd see them as patients, because I didn't have my books. And I would have some of them say, "Oh my God, I'd rather have cancer and suffer and die of it rather than not be able to eat my donuts and cheesecake and stuff like that."
That's how most people are.
Yeah. Well, it's not that conscious. It's easier for them to make that decision until they learn the information I have. Most of the people who learn the information I have react on it in even small ways, and a lot of times big ways. My publisher did a survey, and he found that 96 people out of 100, even though they maybe didn't do the diet, did some things because my information changed the way they thought. And they did either the dairy or the butter or the eggs or all of them or some of them. It was a major part of their diet. And then they go have their cooked foods for the evening with the family and stuff like that. And that's okay if that's what satisfies. But when you know all the truth, it's really difficult to say, do I want to do this to myself? And you have those taste buds that come around and say, ooh, chocolate, you know, regular old store-bought chocolate, you know. And if you know, that's what I've learned in following patients and people who aren't patients. The people who have the most strokes are chocolate eaters. Daily to 5 times a week eating chocolate. More strokes occur in them than any other people. Only people I've ever had on this diet that had strokes would not give up their chocolate. They were doing the diet 80 to 90%, but they wouldn't give up their store-bought chocolate. And at our co-op, we had raw chocolate that we made. But they liked that store-bought chocolate, and both of them got strokes. Multiple strokes. One finally died in one stroke. So, some things are very poisonous, and store-bought chocolate is one of them. Now, why? I have to say because they take all of the animal fat out of it, just like your dairy. You get Newton dairy, which I started to say before. They take any product in it that bacterially will break down. Take all the animal fats out first, because those turn rancid and sour when pasteurized. Now, raw milk will never turn rancid. It only turns into sour milk, sour cheese, and that's as far as it goes. I mean, there are some tribes in some countries in Europe that will actually put maggots in their cheese, and they eat the maggots in the soft discard, the waste of the cheese, the maggots after they're pre-digesting the cheese. So they eat that, and it just revitalizes these old people and everything. They do that every year, and they make this maggot-infested cheese. And they eat the maggots along with it, and the maggots just taste like the cheese. So it's not like anything. And they become vibrantly healthy and thrive, for several months after eating that. So there's squeamishness and there's squeamishness, And if you get rid of all that and say, wait a minute, we live off the feces and urine and perspiration of all these bacteria, the parasites, all of these things, that's how we survive. That's how we thrive. And all this denatured food that has no bacteria in it, has nothing live in it, is not going to give us health. Then you learn that squeamishness is going to kill you. So, eat the feces, the urine, the perspiration of all these little microscopic creatures. That's what we should eat. And we'll thrive and be healthy. Okay, nuts, they do have a purpose. I found a use for them, but only when they're made into a nut formula. Nut formula is in the books, but basically what it is, you take a soft nut that we can at least break down. The hard nuts, like almonds, you're not going to break down to just any more than 2% of it, if that. Because we don't have the enzymes to break down cellulose, and those are high cellulose. If we take, let's say, the macadamia nut that hasn't been dried at high temperatures, pecans and walnuts and pine nuts, you can take those, blend them into their a flour, so it's a nut flour, and then add egg, butter, and honey to it. And you've got a way to neutralize the phytic acid without germinating the nut. And then the complete fat from the egg and the proteins help utilize the starch in the nut. Still won't digest much of the fats because we just don't have the enzymes to break it down. But we neutralize the phytic acid, and we are able to digest and utilize the starches with fat, which is a major thing, because if you have overactive hormones, if you're very thin and you have overactive hormones and you get anxious, you can eat the nut form and it helps calm the body. First, drink, like a half a cup of cream and then have your nut formula. And then you'll find that you'll be calm and relaxed within 30, 40 minutes for the rest of the day and maybe for the week. And that nut formula usually lasts, in people who haven't been taking psychotropic drugs, will last 4 to 5 days, and somebody has a tendency toward high anxiety. Some people who are on psychotropic drugs have to take the nut formula every day. But the starch is very important for helping pull out excess hormones when you find yourself in high anxiety. Now, most anxiety comes from people not exercising when they produce hormones for physical activity. You can tell that by activity rings in the eyes. And the more you have, the more exercise or activity you need. Athletes have from 7 to 14. If you got 7 to 14, you better be active 7 hours a day minimum. If you have 14, you better be active 14 hours a day. I have none, so I don't, this is my exercise. My mouth. My fingers when I'm not giving a lecture or seeing patients. A lot of people don't have the energy because they're on a bad diet, so they don't want to exercise, or they're in fibromyalgia, or some complex problem. Let's say they broke their leg, they can't exercise. Singing is the best exercise. 20 minutes of singing is an hour on a treadmill. When you have to control the muscles of the throat, the mouth aperture, all of and the breathing to make the tones and the pitch. It is the most strenuous exercise to the human body. Have you ever seen a skinny opera singer? Can't have them. It takes too much fat and energy to produce them. And also understand that fat produces 2.5 times more energy. That when we derive 2.5 times more energy from fat than we do carbohydrate and protein. Carbohydrate and protein produce very small amounts of energy. Fat is 2.5 times more energy. Do you ever see a skinny weightlifter? You can't lift heavy things unless you have fat. And if the fat comes from fat, and not you're making a carbohydrate into an acetate, or an acetone, or a protein into an acetate or acetone, it's a very complex process for the body. When you eat fats as fats, there's no conversion except into a cholesterol. So, conversion from a starch like grains, which we tell all these athletes to do. What do you have? You have Billie Jean King that dried out and couldn't exercise. Now you look at her, she's 35 pounds overweight and happy and jolly and nice skin. You know, when she quit playing tennis, she dried out. McEnroe the same way, and they're both fat now. And they're both happy and they have great skin. But when they stopped working out, when they stopped being able to play, they were too dried out because they weren't eating fats.
Well, McEnroe's a great example of
Yes.
angry.
Very, yeah. And it's not only he that did it, it's his coach, Paul Cohen, who's been on the diet now 18 years. He said, if I only knew this diet when I had McEnroe, he would have been the world champion forever. Because you don't break down on this diet and dry out. You know, he's a fascist coach. He screams at you and all kinds of things. You know, he's a difficult patient too. He thinks he knows everything because he's doing well, you know, and yet he's got all these ideas about everything and gives people the wrong information. But he does exactly what I tell him to do. One time he didn't, and I said, okay, bye-bye. So I didn't counsel him for 2 years. He came crawling back, apologizing, because he wasn't doing as well without my help, because he gets his own ideas. And that's good. I want people to do the wrong things if they have to discover the truth for themselves, because that's the best way to know, and you can help other people by being an example. So that's terrific. I enjoy people going off and do their own thing. Some of mine did all, like Kiba here. She was crippled, she was unable to exercise, and that's what she wanted to do for a living. And then she got on this diet, my God, she became, you know, like a champion butterfly swimmer. Coming from being crippled, she put on this weight because she was ultra skinny and dried out. And then she started having, you know, because she used all of her fats for exercise, she wasn't keeping enough fat. And she wanted to look trim, she has that in her mind. That is causing her problems. She got skin rashes, that caused her to itch, all kinds of problems. Now she's going back to eating cooked foods and cooked it raw and mixing. She's starting to have joint problems, all kinds of problems. And I hear this in the grapevine, but she's going to be back on this diet in another year. I know it, because she wants health. But she needs to go all through this turmoil to learn she can't be skinny and not do hot baths and not have rashes. She's going to have toxins through her skin if she doesn't have the fat fluorescent and she doesn't take hot baths to clear it. So everybody has their own learning curve, and that's okay. They need to go through it. And each one of you may need to go through it. Even Lee went through it, right? Yeah. So it's a good thing, and he's learning. He's back on it. He's doing well. And certainly I don't do it anymore. I used to try, but it's like, let's say I had a little piece of French bread with garlic, all raw garlic butter. That would take my energy. Maybe it'd take about 3 hours of my normal energy. Why? For 10 minutes of eating this little garlic bread, am I going to take 10 minutes of my time to destroy 3 hours of energy? Screw that. I'm not that stupid. So I stopped eating cooked food. Now I will only eat about 1/3 of a cup of rice with lots of raw butter if I'm in Asia for a long time and I get ravenously hungry because I don't have enough fat. I mean, I'll go into the markets and I'll buy whole strips of fat, even pig fat, and I'll eat it, and I still will be hungry. Because butter, I just don't have my butter. I'm out of it. It usually is always in the last week that I'm there, or 2 weeks. So I have that 1/3 cup of rice, cooked rice, with the last amount of butter that equals the rice, and that will pull the hydrochloric out of my system.
How come you can't get butter?
They don't milk. I don't know the way they feed the cows, even if they're grazed, they don't produce any cream. But they're mostly, A1 cows, and they're mostly Holsteins, all from New Zealand. So they're not great cows. They don't have much cream at all. So can't even get cream from them, much less.
The water buffalo don't have cream.
Nobody knows the water buffalo. Would you want to milk a 3,000-pound animal?
I would love to.
I've only seen them do that and accomplish it in Costa Rica. But,
They use it mainly just to pull things.
Pardon?
They just use it mainly for pulling parts.
Work creatures. And they're great plows and everything. I watched little 3-year-olds riding and herding a big buffalo that's 3,000 pounds, and this kid is about 60 pounds or 55 pounds.
Don't look like it, probably.
Pardon?
Probably barely feels the kid.
Yeah. Amazing. The water buffalo, a little kid, control it. But I guess the baby water buffalo is born in that family and grows up with a kid, and I guess that's the way it goes. I eat that cooked starch only to absorb the hydro, and then I know that I'm not going to digest my meat as well. Okay, for maybe a day or two. But it gets rid of my extreme hunger for about 10 days. And then I'm back in LA getting my regular source again. So it only happens like that once a year, so I'm eating my little bit of rice once a year. And that's it. The last time I took enough butter so I didn't have to do it, I took extra butter. I took 30 pounds with me the last time. And didn't share it this time. I usually share it with them. I didn't share it. I shared some, but not much.
The cows you're raising at your place, are they...
No, these are meat cows, not milking cows.
How do you transport it?
Pardon?
How do you transport it?
I take it with me on the plane in a big cooler bag.
And just get it in the fridge.
Pardon?
Put it in the fridge when you get where you're going. Put it in the refrigerator when you get one.
Well, butter does better when it's not refrigerated, or mold more when it's refrigerated. So I'll put it in a cool spot. Cheese also molds more in the refrigerator. So I usually put things in jars, glass jars, and put this in a dark cabinet cupboard. And then my butter stays fresher, longer. Keep it in the refrigerator, it turns into blue cheese. And the cheese will mold thoroughly. And if you keep it out at room temperature, especially in the tropics, it stays soft and delicious like melted cheese. Ah, love it. You know, so.
It's got that kind of oily.
And then butter tastes so rich and delicious. You know. I like moldy blue cheese. In fact, I make some because I like Roquefort dressing, especially mixed with sour cream. Ah, delicious. That's the way I used to have stroganoff in restaurants in Los Angeles, you know, in those days. So I like my blue cheese, but I also like to taste that fresh butter warm, especially 90 degrees, 95 degrees. It's quite delicious when the temperature's like that. You don't need to refrigerate it. I keep it refrigerated in transport because it can get very messy. So I will refrigerate it before I take it. But when I get it there, I don't put it in the refrigerator.
And how long does it take?
Pardon?
How long does it keep out? Indefinitely?
Yeah, indefinitely. Eventually it turns into cheese, of course. But when it's not open, it's very slow at turning. When it's in the refrigerator, it molds. Molds grow quickly. I've had the cheese up to 5 months. I mean, the cheese and the butter for 5 months with very little mold. Leave it in the refrigerator, the mold's growing in a month. The butter and the cheeses. Unpasteurized cheeses, no salt. They will mold in the refrigerator. So remember, molds love cold. That's why molds grow in caves, fungi, algae, all those are molds, all those are fungi. They love cold. They don't do well in heat. So those don't need to be, if you want sweet milk, you're going to have to refrigerate. And if you want sweet milk that's turned, you have to put honey in it. You know, if you want cheaper yogurt. So non-fresh but sweet, you're going to have to put honey in it. Cause that.
It causes it to turn?
It causes it to be sweet. If you want sour cream that's sweet, sweet and sour, then you're going to have to put honey in it. Like Lee put honey in this one. Okay, another nutrient, the carbohydrates I talked about, and it only needs to be 5 to 10% of the diet. If you're first going on the diet, you may need up to 10%. So that means maybe a whole cup of fruit for the day, maybe a cup and a half of fruit. And always eat it with a fat, because a high carbohydrate causes your brain and body to use a high amount of glycogen. The byproduct of glycogen is one of them, is advanced glycation end product. And the body stores those at a rate of 70 to 90%, according to Columbia University in New York. And let's say you have a kidney problem or diabetes, you'll store advanced glycation end products for your life at a rate of 90%. That means 90% of all the advanced glycation end products will find a storage place in your body and cause you to dehydrate and have problems. It causes all kinds of side effects. And notice that the abbreviation for that advanced glycation end products is AGE, age, and they will age you. So when you have less carbohydrate, let's say you're having the fruit with the fats, you're going to make those as a fuel. And a fuel that won't create a lot of advanced glycation end products. If you have meat in the morning and refrain from fruit and eggs and some milk with extra cream or, milkshake, then you're not going to create your glycogen which runs the brain and nervous system and gives you energy, on carbohydrates. They're going to be made from the pyruvate, which is a protein sugar. And no advanced glycation end products result from the body forming glycogen from pyruvate. So it stops all that contamination. Plus, your mind will be clear. What happens when you get high sugars in the blood? The blood thickens and gets sticky. The blood moves slower, the cells will stick to each other, and there's not proper movement and proper transporting of oxygen and waste products out of the blood. So it slows everything down, makes you more lethargic. So you don't want to eat anything high carbohydrate in the morning. You have to wait 6 to 7 hours after your waking hours after your waking time. And then your body will have formed all the glycogen already for the day out of pyruvate. So when you eat your fruit in the afternoon, you're going to eat it with fat. And what you will use it for is to detoxify the system, not as a fuel. So you pick the fruit that detoxes your particular symptoms and your particular condition best. Like let's say you have a lot of waste products all in the tissues, the intestinal tissues, plus you have lymphatic congestion. Pineapple is the best thing. But because pineapple can cause over-emotionality more than any other fruit, you have to make sure it's with lots of fat and that it's for a purpose. The purpose that you need it for, which is cleaning up the intestines and the lymphatic system. And in my book, We Want to Live, and the recipe book, I tell you what foods do. I tell you the foods that are good for the bones, like pineapple is also good to build bones. Pineapple is good for digestion. Let me give you an example. 9 years ago, my mother was dying, and I didn't know it. Nobody called me. I've been never talking with my mother in 10 years because she has a hearing problem. She can't hear anything over the phone, so it's writing. So I didn't know her condition. She just stopped writing, and I thought, busy. Maybe golfing or something. So I get a call from my younger brother who said, Mom's dying, come, she may be dead by the time you get here. I said, wait a minute. Nobody told me what's going on. Well, she stopped eating about 3-4 weeks ago. She's skin on bones, and skin just hangs on the bone. She won't eat anything. I said, well, why the fuck didn't somebody call me? Oh, she doesn't do your diet anymore. She wants to die. And I said, okay, but that's not the way to die. Ask her if she wants me to come and help. She said, oh, there's nothing I can do but come. She wants to say goodbye. So I hop on a plane, I get there, and I made her my custard, which is papaya, egg, butter, and honey. A little bit of ginger for her, if she likes it. So I fed her that. She ate 4 meals that day. I got there in the morning. Got off the plane at 6 o'clock. I had I bought a blender, put it in the hotel room, made her I brought the jars with me, and the butter and everything I needed. And blended it, took it to the hospital. She had the first thing in the morning. No sooner did she finish it, her tray of food came in the hospital food, which is shit food. There's nothing good about that food. She ate the whole tray. She hadn't eaten anything in 4 weeks. They were feeding her through an IV. So, and then she ate her lunch, and then she ate her dinner, and then she wanted more. So she ate 4 times besides my custard. So the next morning I gave her another custard. She ate it. She ate 4 meals that day. Already gained 3 pounds in 2 days. And then next morning I gave her a custard again. She won't eat it. So I said, okay, that's fine. So I gave her just papaya, half a cup of papaya. Every day for 10 days. She ate 4 meals a day every day. Papaya can do that. The other things I needed to strengthen her to get her through it, the butter and the honey and the egg, the raw egg. She wouldn't drink milkshakes. I could get my father, after his stroke, to drink the milkshakes. And I got somebody from a farm to come there and make him a milkshake every day, and he wouldn't drink it because I wasn't there to give it to him. No way I'm going to stay there and feed him the milkshakes. I arranged for somebody to feed him the milkshakes. If he doesn't drink them, no matter from whom they are, that's his option. But you can turn anything around if you know what to feed the people, to feed them. And the fruits and whatever it is, vegetable juice, whatever it is needed, that's in the books, in the remedy section. Right? 2,000 raw food remedies for over 200 common diseases, including cancer. So it's all in there to know how to combine. The best, I'm going to give you what my idea of a good diet is for those people who aren't coming for, an eye consult where I will give you a definite diet. You start the morning with a couple of 1.5 to 2 tablespoons of cheese to absorb those poisons in the body. Then, suck a few eggs 10 minutes apart. You can have a vegetable juice after that, but eat, a little bit of cheese before you have 10 minutes before you have anything, have a little bit of cheese, no matter what it is. Or if you're just sipping on milk, you don't need to do that, or sipping on like a sport formula, you don't need the cheese. But it's good to have the cheese every 15, 30, 45 minutes, or even every 60 minutes, to have that train going through collecting the garbage. So let's say you decide to have the cheese, the eggs, and the vegetable juice. If you've been a long-term vegetarian, do not have vegetable juice alone. Put an egg in it, at least one egg, and a little bit of cream. 1 teaspoon to 1 tablespoon raw cream in it. Whip it, don't blend it. Then sip on it. Remember to sip everything. If you gulp anything that is liquid, what's going to happen? It's going to end up in your kidney. H2O doesn't get taken with the nutrients to the cells. A lot of times the nutrients, some of the most important nutrients, will go to the kidneys and dump in the kidneys with the water. So you've injured your ability to get your nutrients from the whole food. So sip all your fluids, especially juices. Even milk, sip them. You'll digest them better.
How come you say whip instead of blend?
Because when the egg and cream together, blended, it has more oxidization effect. You've already juiced the juice, and it's sat in your refrigerator maybe for a while. If you make fresh juice, you can put your egg in there and blend it
What
with
if
the
you have
cream.
an egg?
Pardon?
What if you don't put the egg in? It's just cream.
Well, I said if you're a long-term vegetarian, put the egg. Because you're going to over-alkalinize. You're going to damage your digestion.
Can you use like the low speed on the blender too?
I wouldn't do it. Let me tell you, whipping is enough. Yeah. Only takes about 10 seconds of whipping. It's fine. In fact, it tastes better because you have different flavors when it's not blended. When it's blended, it's just a little off. I think it tastes better. But you can experiment. Do what you want. So the vegetable juices are helpful to help provide enzymes and minerals that would encourage the digestibility of anything, as long as it's not too much. And if you're a highly toxic person who's taking a lot of medication, then 2 or 3 juices a day are fine. Anybody who's been a long-term vegetarian, 1 juice a day may be too much. Vegetable juice a day may be too much. So you have to find your balance. And usually, if you just have 4 ounces or 5 ounces of juice a day, you've been a long-term vegetarian, that's enough. You need milk, you need other forms of liquid, other forms of nutrients. You've had enough of the vegetable matter. You haven't been able to digest it, and it's stored in your body. as undigestible, and you need to clear those. So having more of them is not going to help you. Look at Lindsay Wagner's two girls, brought up on vegetarianism. They're fat and they're bloated and they're not very attractive. And they're very weak and unhappy girls. I did at a health convention in Los Angeles. She was, several of us were nominated to talk about on a health panel. And her daughters were there in the audience. And she's talking vegetarianism at the shallow point that vegetarians talk about vegetarianism, because they don't know anything except the rhetoric that they spout, and they haven't taken their digestive juices and put it on the foods to find out what they digest best. They've done none of that. It's just this concept of not hurting animals. We should be vegetarians without any, scientific or academic or any kind of proof. Academics don't produce any fruitful information, because they're usually proffered and paid for by the pharmaceutical and other industries, food industries. But they don't have much information, so I was spouting out this information, and because each of us would go down the line and answer the questions. And there were many questions, a lot of them couldn't answer that I could. And it's like her children looked at her mother at the end, and they didn't look good. She looked good as a vegetarian because she was one of those people that has all those overactive hormones. And she didn't get into it until after she was over the age of 22, after paper chase. So, in the late 60s, early 70s. So, she had already built her body before she went into that. Her children didn't get to build their bodies the same way. So a lot of people, like you said, denials, Cheetah said, the denial's the biggest sin or the biggest disease in many circumstances. So and don't think that vegetable juice is some miracle. It is not. It is helpful if you know how and when to take it. So even though you like your vegetable juice, it would be disaster for you to have more than one a day. Because your digestion's already damaged.
You can sit down again.
This thing's going to bait, too.
You looking for lights here?
So it's back inverted.
What's this?
I tried it.
Probably the electricity isn't turned on.
Yeah.
It's okay, we've got an electrician in the house.
There's how to take it now. Oops, there's the outlet.
There's some breaker also.
Those are outside.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, the leafy spring light.
Woo! That's bright.
Yeah.
There you go. Better.
And turn the top one on also.
It is on. This one's on.
Good.
Yeah, that's good.
It's a little light in here.
Makes us a little warm glow.
So, you could go in the morning, you could have your cheese and then eggs and then meat meal and have your vegetable juice later. It's all up to you. I find that if you've been a long-term vegetarian, it's better have your juice later in the day.
Yeah.
So have your cheese, your eggs, and your meat. And then every hour, for many hours after that, you do your cheese, you sip on milk, and you can have a sport drink.
Which is?
A sport drink is at least 2 of these 4 things that will make up 3 cups of the sport drink. It's 4 cups in all, which means it's a quart. So those 4 things are tomato, cucumber, watermelon, and whey. Any combination, you could have all 4 of them. You could have, 3/4 of a cup of all 4 of them to make up your 3 cups. Mm-hmm. Or you could just have 2 of them to make up. Now, all 3 of the main ones that are a solid food you puree those, you don't juice them. Cut them up in chunks, put it in with whey, if you're going to do it with whey, or just blend them. They're liquid anyway. They'll turn into a liquid. And then you add 1 to 2, if you're a big person and very overweight, or very small person, very overweight, you have 2 tablespoons of raw apple cider vinegar. You, 1 tablespoon, you're too thin. Raw apple cider vinegar. And then maybe a little chunk of pineapple, maybe an inch by inch cube of pineapple. 2 tablespoons of lemon juice, 2 tablespoons of lime juice, 2 tablespoons of coconut cream, 2 tablespoons of dairy cream, 2 eggs. If they're very small eggs, add 3 eggs. That'll make a quart, blend it all together. And you have a sport drink. You talk about electrolytes, that is full of real electrolytes, not this Gatorade chemical crap. And that'll keep going. It'll also help you when you go into hot baths. Have a half a cup before you go into the bath, sip on it while you're in there, anywhere from an hour to 90 minutes, or 40 minutes if you're doing short ones. And then have another half cup when you get out. And then throughout the day, you'll sip on 2 cups. Because you have 4 cups altogether. So that's one way to do it, to utilize it. Or if you're not having a hot bath, you just sip on it all day, along with milk, or, exchange one with the other alternately every 30 minutes. And you have your cheese every 30 minutes to an hour, 45 minutes. And then you sip the sport drink and the milk in there. And then you'll get lots of fluids. If you want to perspire the most, and watermelon's available, watermelon causes more perspiration than any other food. So watermelon's the best when you want to perspire the most. Now, water is a very bad thing. Like I said, it's all marketed because there was a bet in the deal, and now they're making a fortune on bottling water. Bush and his crew went down and bought up hundreds of thousands of acres in South America, all with water tables. So they're getting ready to contaminate the water of the world and sell. Well, that solar panel didn't work very long, did it? They don't have, I thought they had electricity.
They do.
We do, it's just like 5 minutes of solar electricity.
That's right.
It's just 5 minutes of solar electricity.
No, I thought they had other than solar.
No.
Only solar here?
There's an error.
Oh, an error.
Low battery.
So they don't have enough battery acid?
Probably in the pillow with water.
Yeah, maybe way
Is
down.
that fridge an electric fridge?
I heard something turn off the
Yeah,
lights.
it turned off.
Yeah.
It's probably propane.
Lori did say you might have to run the generator.
So,
Yeah, they don't seem to be holding up very well.
so 4 or 5 hours, you could do, the cheese and the sport drink and the milk. And then have your fruit meal in the afternoon. So you get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, by the time you have your fruit, it'll be 2 o'clock. Have your fruit with fat, always. 95% of the time. If you're on this diet, you can get away with having your fruit by itself once in a while, but it might make you very tired and sleepy.
So fruit meal is a cup or a cup and a half of fruit,
Yeah,
that's it.
yeah.
So like a medium-sized papaya or something.
Pardon?
A medium-sized papaya.
Yeah. Or a half a papaya with, eggs and butter and honey to make a custard. But all those recipes are in the books. And whenever you have your meat, it should be at least a cup, unless you're over 60, and then it could be 3/4 of a cup at a time, twice daily, and have at least 1.5 tablespoons of butter. I have 3 tablespoons of butter with my meat meals. always.
Yeah, honey with it?
Pardon?
Honey
No.
with it?
No, you can if you want. Remember, honey's alkalinizing, so you don't want too much.
So 3/4 of a cup is like how many ounces?
3/4 of a
A cup of meat.
Oh, it's, well, you need you need a cup and a half at a time. You need a cup and a quarter is about a half a pound.
A cup and a quarter is half
It's
of
a half a pound of meat. So 2.5 cups a day is a pound.
Mm-hmm. 65.
No, excuse me, women over 60. They should eat smaller ones. So have your fruit meal with the fat. Coconut cream is your best cleansing fat, without causing a lot of side effects, unless you eat too much of it. 3-4 tablespoons is plenty.
Coconut cream is just the
Women,
meat
2
blended.
tablespoons, pardon?
Coconut cream is just the flesh blended.
No. Coconut cream is when you juice the hard meat through like a Green Star juicer, and the pulp comes out the front, and the cream comes out here.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a process to that. I have my DVDs, my recipe DVDs, which I have copies of, and I have it in how to make coconut cream in both books.
Okay.
It's a complicated process, but it's a wonderful product. Takes a long time. Like I would juice about 15, 16 at a time, and last me 6 weeks. I put it in little 4 to 8 ounce jelly jars and keep it for 4 to 6 weeks.
It
And
ferments
I have a
after
little.
a while.
Pardon?
It ferments after a while, but it's still good, huh?
Yeah. Oh, it's even better once it's fermented for cleansing, but it just doesn't taste as good. But it depends on how if you do it exactly the way I say, and you do not use any moldy or fermented while you're juicing it, coconuts, they'll last 6 weeks without ever turning. Most
With
people
lemon or
don't.
no?
Pardon?
With lemon or honey?
No, even without, lemon will cause bacteria.
Or
The
wine?
fermentation, lime, will prevent fermentation to an extent. Okay, but if you don't use any and you jar it the proper way, and make sure it's tight and put it in the refrigerator right away, it'll last 4, 5, 6 weeks without turning. Maybe just slightly by 5, 6 weeks.
So it's better to use like the 8 ounce jars.
Yeah, or 4. Like if you're using 4 ounces a day, then just put it in 4 ounce jars, which means it's going to be 5 ounces. But that's a lot to eat. So most people will be having, let's say, 4 tablespoons a day. That's 2 ounces. So let's say you have 4.5. So they have half of the 4 ounce one day and half of the 4 ounce the next day. And that will keep them detoxing, but at a slower, comfortable rate. I have people like Paul Cohen. Oh, I'm chucking down that 8 ounces of coconut cream a day. I said, Paul, you're going to go into heavy detox. Well, I've been doing it for 1.5 years already. I said, Paul, you're going to go into a heavy detox, and you're not going to like it. Oh, don't worry about me. I'm this and I'm that. Okay. He went into one of the nastiest detox. He couldn't work. He couldn't think. All kinds of problems. As I told you, I said, don't drink more than, for you, he's 6'2" or something like that. More than, he's a pretty brawny guy. He was very skinny before he started the diet, like McEnroe was. And, I said, no more than 4 ounces for you in a day. Oh, that's all I've been having. So obviously his brain was under heavy detox, because he was having a cup a day and didn't remember. So keep your coconut cream down to a reasonable level.
The batteries appear to be
Got candles?
Yeah, there you go. No, or carbon monoxide. So then after that, you can go 4 or 5 hours eating your cheese and sipping your milk and sport drink. And then you get up to the time where you can have a vegetable juice if you didn't have it around noon or between noon and 2 o'clock. You have your vegetable juice then. For long-term vegetarians, that's when I think they should have it. Because a lot of the over-acidity from the breakdown of their cells from being long-term vegetarian are going to show their face around that time. So 5 o'clock, let's say you have a vegetable juice. If you're not been long-term vegetarian, you can have a juice too. You're very toxic, and you need that alkalinization. Then an hour and a half, 2 hours later, have your second and last meat meal, and have it close to going to bed. Have your butter with your meat meal, and then 35 minutes later, your cheese and honey again. And then sip on milk, have your cheese, continue having it every half hour, however many minutes you have it. And then when you get ready to go to bed, make a small milkshake. Have half of it before you go to sleep and half of it during the middle of the night. You do not want to go 5 hours without eating. The protein level in the blood becomes nil, void of protein. So the red blood cells start eating each other. The white blood cells start eating the red blood cells because they have nothing to eat because they eat dead red blood cells. So the red blood cells are eating other cells. There's no waste. The white blood cells can't eat anything, so they start eating the red blood cells.
So what's the milkshake?
Pardon?
What's the milkshake?
So milkshake is just milk, a little bit of extra cream, honey, and eggs. So a small milkshake would be like 2 eggs, 3 ounces of milk, ounce of cream, and 1 tablespoon of honey. You could grate a little ginger in that for the flavor, and it will stimulate digestion. You have to be careful how much ginger you use, though, because it can keep you awake, give you too much energy.
You use turmeric?
It stimulates circulation and helps digestion.
You use turmeric at all?
Pardon?
Turmeric?
Turmeric?
Turmeric, yeah. It's
Turmeric?
like, it looks like ginger.
Root, yeah. You could use that, but it has to be a tiny amount, just like the ginger. I mean, grated very finely, it's a tiny amount, probably less than, about 1/8 of a teaspoon for 8 ounces of milkshake. So, if you sleep 8 to 10 hours without eating, you're going to consume 2 to 4 tablespoons of red blood cells. You're going to be anemic when you awaken. So if you 8 to 10 hours and you're tired and lethargic, now you know why. You created anemia. Caffeine, nicotine, that's not your answer. Theobromine from chocolate, that's not the answer to anemia. Eating is the answer to anemia. So you have, if you have a tendency to sleep long and you're a high energetic person, and you wake after 5 hours, and you drink or eat, you drink the milkshake or you eat a raw egg or some meat and can't go back to sleep, start setting your alarm for 3 hours, wake after 3 hours. Nobody's rested than me after 3 hours, and probably that cat. So you wake after 3 hours, drink or eat something, go back to sleep for 5 hours, and you get your 8 hours. And you won't be tired when you awaken. You'll be more energetic, like John Fox from Nevada City. 2 years he'd been on the diet. He said, but I have no energy until 10 o'clock or noon. But I do great after that. And he had been a long-term vegetarian, scoliosis, really skinny, and he was only in his 40s. And, 2 years on the diet, he's all buffed up and straight and, happy, all that. But he said, I don't have any energy till noon. I said, are you waking in the night eating? No. I said, well, you've heard that in 2 seminars already. Try it tonight. See what happens tomorrow during the workshop, or, before the workshop. I said, okay. So he set the alarm, got up at 8, and he had all the energy in the world when he waked in the morning. That was the only thing he needed to correct and change in his diet and pattern. He needed to eat at least every 5 hours. He couldn't go through the night, so he woke up with anemia. So he had no energy until because he was a long-term vegetarian. You don't have a lot of vitamin B12, nor do you, even though you're eating meat for a long time and every day, it takes a while to build up and catch up for that need. And there are no natural B12s. They're all full of kerosene, hexane. There is no natural vitamin B12. If, let's say, like Mercola produced one, it's being produced with kerosene. So it's not really a natural product.
Do you have any opinions about eating algae, like spirulina or chlorella?
You're not a fish and you're not an herbivore. Chlorella, yes, you can digest, but only about 2 to 5%. So you're going to use it, just use a minutiae amount. Don't use a lot. What do your feces look like after you have chlorella? Green as green can be. Because 98%, 96 to 98% passes out undigested. If you want to try to digest more, take a teaspoon and put it in your vegetable juice before you cap your vegetable juices. And over a few days it's going to ferment and become active in that vegetable juice, even in cold temperatures in the refrigerator. So you will digest more of it and you will get something from chlorella. But your algae, you're not, because they're dehydrated and dry. It takes an herbivore, like a cow or a goat, sheep, pig, to eat those.
Goats do great on spirulina. You're better off feeding it to the goat than drinking the goat milk.
Yep, there you go. And fish do great with it. Feed it to fish and eat the fish. That's their natural eats.
So that, like blue-green algae, all that's a hype.
Well, the blue-green algae can be very toxic. Depends on who harvests it and how they harvest and process it. But there's usually a lot of mercury in blue-green algae. So, the only one that I've tested and worked well with is chlorella, but it's a minutiae amount because you don't digest much of it.
And how about mineral additives? Is that necessary in this diet?
Cheese and honey together is your mineral supplement. Any other supplement is rock. You digest rock. Do you digest rock?
I don't digest much of anything.
No. Plants digest rock. Animals eat plants, we eat animals. So, minerals that are in vegetable juice, you can digest all of it. Minerals in cheese, you can get concentrations of minerals in the cheese with honey together. That's your supplement. True mineral supplement.
Can you explain about salt eating?
Yes, I'm going to give them salt right now. So water's a no-no because it's a solvent. It'll dilute your hydrochloric acid. It'll destroy acid bacteria because most waters are alkaline, and they will remove and thin the mucus that coats the stomach and intestines, and it will wash a lot of your nutrients into your kidneys. Water is not a good thing except in small amounts. Because it's a solvent, we can use some of it, but not a lot. Like right now, I don't need a lot. I'll drink a cup a month, maybe. Half a cup a month. But everybody in here might need a half to, or even a whole cup a day. And you need that for a while. A long while, probably. But you sip it. You don't have it all at one time. Take a little at a time. Otherwise, you're going to wash it, dilute everything, take it to your kidneys, and it's not going to do anything but dehydrate your body. Just remember that water that is not accompanied by nutrition, other nutrients, has no value except as a detoxifier. It will cause dehydration of the cells. Cells can't absorb it. Only when there is nutrition, like in vegetables and fruit, vegetable juices and fruit and meats. Take a look at how much water is in milk. 86% of milk is water. 90 to 92% of fruits is water. But water that carries vitamins and enzymes and minerals, all the nutrients. Meat is 55% water minimum. When you cook foods, you evaporate the water out of it, plus you separate the ions. You destroy any bond that it has with ionic activity. So, another reason not to cook your food and to eat it raw. Now, salt is an explosive. When you isolate sodium, it is more volatile than nitroglycerin. General Electric was paid $2 billion by the military, the government, to make sodium into a weapon. My father worked on the project for General Electric, and my father was an inventor. He invented the first bearing computer in the late 30s when he was at Purdue. He was in college and invented a computer in college. Great mind, but didn't know anything about personality and how to control his emotions. So he was very deficient there. But they tried to make it into a bomb because it was so volatile. 1.5 degree temperature change would set it off. But it was a viable weapon because a block of solid sodium the size of a football would take out New York City and all of the buildings. Just one bomb that big. But it's too volatile, so they can't do it. So when sodium chloride or sodium iodide or even sea salt goes into the body separates those ions and isolates the sodium, and the sodium molecules start bunching together. And then they start exploding in your blood. That takes the smorgasbord of nutrients that the blood eats. Red blood cells, white blood cells eat dead red blood cells, but the red blood cells get their nutrients in the blood. And there are 93 to 107 different various nutrients every time the cell consumes a smorgasbord of food in the blood. When you use salt, those explosions happen, and it blasts apart those smorgasbord links, those smorgasbord couple together, and they may eat 23 to 50 nutrients, so all your red blood cells are getting malnourished every time you eat with salt in it, something with salt in it. And if you want, now I had a bunch of guys that were ridiculing me about that, so I said, you want to see what salt does, take some dead frog legs and dump salt on them and see what happens. So these guys did, and they were going to ridicule me. And I said, these are dead frog legs, remember. They're nothing going to stimulate them unless something's explosive. They can't eat, they're dead. Okay? So if they start jerking around, what do we have? We have an element that's causing the disruption of tissue in an explosive manner. So you can go on YouTube, you put frog legs, YouTube salt, and you'll come up with the video. And you'll see they put salt on one side. Oh, now these frog legs have been dead for days. Dead for days. And all of a sudden you see them start jerking, they turn them over and salt them on the other side. And you see these frog legs jumping all over the plate. And they jump for 32 minutes. They only show you 2.5 minutes. But you get the idea of what happens when you have salt. Then they said to me, well, what if we put pepper on? And I said, well, these are dead and pepper's not explosive. It's just it's just an irritant if you have live tissue, because it will burn them. So they take one frog leg that didn't have the salt on, and they pour the pepper on it. It makes one jerk, and that's it. Salt is an explosive. Salt is the second worst thing to cooking your foods. Okay, that's it. Anybody have? Oh, I need to talk about the cleansers. I talked a little bit about the parasites and bacteria and the fungus. I talked a lot about them. Remember, they eat a phenomenal amount, the janitorial ones, and have a very little byproduct. So there's very little to detox. If you have fungus don't break down, don't eat as much. They maybe eat a third of their weight, 3 times their weight in a 24-hour period. But their waste is small. However, the waste is not broken down the way parasites and bacteria do. So when you have a fungus, you have a lot more itching and dryness of skin. And first, parasites are your first choice of the body. Bacteria is the next choice. Fungus is the far third choice because of the dryness that it causes. And then the last choice is virus. Now, viruses are not alive, and 30 years ago, the medical profession knew that. And anytime you got a flu, there was no antibiotics given. Then 30 years ago, the pharmaceutical sales said, hey, we could be selling a lot more antibiotics if we say viruses are alive. Viruses are nothing other than the cells need to clean themselves, but are too toxic to have parasites, bacteria, and fungus do the work because they will be killed by the toxicity. So the cells make solvents. Like we have muriatic acid. That's industrially made. Well, cells can make such solvents to dissolve dead tissue and to dissolve themselves or dissolve the dead matter around them of other dead cells. So cells make a solvent, and then when it dissolves these dead cells in these masses, then the pharmaceutical industry, laboratories can see that you've got degenerative waste from a chemical process, so now they're saying the viruses are alive. Now all the viruses that you'll ever see, photographs of them are like Disneyland renditions. There's no photograph of a virus because there's no such thing as a live virus. So they're trying to indoctrinate you so they can keep pushing antibiotics on you for flus, as they do everything else. So it's a big scam. So viruses are solvent detoxifications that are not alive, and their waste is very, very reactive. Like you take, let's say, muriatic acid, and you clean the oil off of a garage floor. Now, when you do that, you dilute the muriatic acid with water. So let's say you have 3 ounces or 4 ounces of muriatic acid and 2 gallons of water. What do you have? A lot of water, and contaminated water, with no reduction in contamination like we have with the parasite, bacteria, and fungus. We have a straight contamination, a whole 2 gallons of contaminated water. What do you do with it? You dump it down the sidewalk and into the street. That gets into the sewer system and makes everything toxic. Same thing happens in our body. We have mass swelling and toxicity all over the system. And the lymphatic system is supposed to take care of that. But the lymphatic system is responsible in many circumstances for taking dead cells and dissolve them. So we don't have to have parasites to do it. But if it's jammed, we can't do that. So it's like in the case of difference between spinal viral meningitis or bacterial meningitis. We have a mass amount of swelling from viral meningitis, so there's lots of paralysis that accompanies viral meningitis, but not bacterial meningitis. Doctors don't worry about, they'll scare the shit out of you and say you have to take these antibiotics to reduce, you can do it with a viral, but they get real nervous when they have a case of viral meningitis, whether it's cerebral or spinal, because there's a lot of paralysis that occurs. when they start pumping you with IVs and stuff, you're going to have already a massive amount of swelling. So then you're going to start fracturing brain cells, axons and ganglions, and then in the spinal cord, all of the branches and networks will start exploding and breaking because it's too high pressure. And that causes paralysis and even coma. So viruses are not alive, and they are just cleansers, and we need to perspire a lot if we have a virus. We need to take hot baths, we need to drink the milk, and if you can't drink the milk if you're too nauseous, eat the cheese and sip on the sport drink to get through it. Okay, any questions? You had massive amounts of questions. Now do you? Most people don't when they finish the workout.
Anybody know the combination to the locks on the battery lock?
No.
We're going to have to call Lucky or Lori or something.
Yes, we do.
It looks like the batteries are shot to me.
Yeah.
Just not even looking at them, just from experience. But,
Yeah. They probably didn't keep the fluid level on them. How old are they?
They're probably about 4 years old.
Oh, but they should live 10 years.
Well, only if you take care of them.
Pardon?
Only if you take care of them. 4 years is about
Yeah, that's what I mean. Only if you take care of them. So he didn't take care of them.
Cool. There's
Didn't
been various
fill them.
people here.
Pardon?
There's been various people taking various levels of care here.
Uh-huh.
It's
But
hard.
not with the batteries. They didn't check the fluid levels on the batteries.
Someone was supposed to be, but you also have to equalize them.
Yeah.
Not, run them down too low.
Equalize them how?
When I talked to Lori last week, said the batteries are doing all right.
You talked to
She
Lori
lives
last week?
here, right? Does she live
She
here?
hasn't been here in a while.
Yeah, she hasn't been here in over 6 weeks.
So the lady that she left here to caretake my mother kept them up.
Uh-huh.
It's likely that she never even looked at the batteries.
My phone
That's
is
a
not
shame.
much reception here.
Is there, they should at least hold for a while at night and then slowly drop it. They're not holding at all. The generator's like parked right underneath the corner of the house, and it's a loud one, and it'd be
Very loud.
obnoxious. Like there'd be fumes coming in the house.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what you're gonna run it.
So no questions, all right.
Well, if you were, I got a couple questions. If you were to want to have like the, optimal diet, but you just don't want to eat raw meat, like more, I have a few of my friends or like my mom that thinks it's just gross, it's disgusting. And so how would you go about having an optimal diet with no meat? Is that impossible?
Well, it depends upon your energy level. If she's a slug, then just have her drink milk. I have lots of people, not lots, I've got 8 women over the age of 60 who live on the raw milk, but they don't go out and golf, they don't do heavy, they do their food preparation, they watch their soap operas, and they read, and they sew, and they knit, stuff like that. They're not out golfing or playing tennis, None of them do. All of the elderly people who do sports need the raw meat. So it depends on her activity level.
I guess she kind of works on, he's more like garden work and stuff like that.
Gardening? That's not that difficult. Depends on how vigorously and how large of an area she's gardening.
She does quite a bit amount of work, but yeah, she thinks it's gross that I eat raw meat, so. It took me a little while to get past it. At first, I wasn't sure, and I discovered that if I was really hungry, it really helped. I had build an appetite, and I could eat these meat dishes if I was hungry enough.
Well, when we were vegetarians and fruitarians, I could eat 14 pounds of food in a day, and wake up lighter the next day and even hungrier. So it was maddening. So to get that meat and just feel, my body's no longer starving. It's fabulous.
Yeah.
What do you do, like going to Europe for a month?
Europe is easy to get raw meat. Steak tartare, carpaccios all over the place. It's this country that's so paranoid about raw meat.
What do you do about the factors?
Pardon?
What do you do about the fats and milk and stuff?
The fats in milk?
And milk, yeah, overseas, like you
Oh,
stay in a
well, they
hotel.
have them more available over there.
They have raw milk vending machines now.
Vending machines, yeah, in quite a few countries.
illegal over there.
They have 1,926 vending machines in Italy alone. You go right up there and there's raw milk in the vending machine. Right outside the grocery store. Pretty cool.
And so like we're to cut out salads, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, well, your salads or your vegetable juice. And vegetable juice can be absorbed pretty easily in the intestines, and even in the stomach, so it doesn't over-alkalinize the intestines. And that's a very favorable process because you need to have acidity in the intestines to digest the animal product. Even though we're built for animal products, if you eat a lot of vegetables and drink a lot of vegetable juice, especially eating vegetables, you're not going to digest the things you were meant because it will neutralize your natural abilities.
My other question is, what up to you would be like an ideal diet for children?
For what?
Children.
Children are very easily. Milkshakes and meat. Very easy.
Fruit here and there.
Pardon?
A fruit here and there.
Yeah,
You want to be
it's okay.
Fruit
But you don't
here.
want them to
Hard
be
not to eat
hyper
fruit.
and, just realize that if they don't have a smoothie, like with milk and cream and eggs or butter, or cheese and butter and fruit, they're going to be hyperactive after they have the fruit. As long as they can run around and do crazy things, so they're not yelling at you, it's okay. But they might end up fighting together. You have to be careful with your feeding. With fruits and cheese with their fruit, it's unlikely that they'll have, problems. Just don't feed them a lot of fruit. Any other questions? Okay. Let there be light. Okay. So you're doing all of you are doing a full consult. Right? Pardon?
I guess, yeah. Unless, should I just start doing this, like what you described today? Is it?
Well, no. Yeah, you can do until I see you. I'm seeing you on Monday.
I don't know. We didn't set a time.
Well, like we talked about right now, there's a few people on Sunday and a few people on Monday. We could see if we can get everybody on Monday if we want to have tomorrow off.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. I'd rather have you all in one day.
I can't really come on Monday unless I come to the consult with my 4-year-old and my 2-year-old.
Well, I'll be here.
You're going to do it here?
Yes.
Well, if we have electricity. We should have electricity during the daytime.
Well, if I don't have light, then we won't be able to do consults in the evening. We have to do
We
consults
should pack them all during the
daytime.
daylight hours.
Daylight hours.
Start when the sun's on the panels.
We'll see if Lucky wants to get new batteries and we can put some in the line.
Yeah, but tomorrow's Easter. Can you buy batteries tomorrow?
Yeah. There's in a warehouse at my solar dealer's place.
You already have some.
He's in the Philippines, but I just got arranged to get him
Maybe just one of battery lantern, a couple of them.